T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
What I got, you gotta get it, put it in you.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them. Oh my gosh, guys. So many cool things happening right now. I don't know if you noticed. You're probably sitting there going, oh my gosh, the price, but the price. But look at the volume. Look at the volume. It's so much higher than we've seen in the last weeks. It's 25,000 shares having been traded so far. This is good. This is good news. This is higher volume. This is really good news. Bitcoin lost in the last 24 hours about 2,000, I think about 2,200. Let's just check it and see. We should look at it from, went down from 35.6 to 32.6. Wow, more than that. 3,000. 3,000 points. $3,000 in 24 hours. 48 hours, sorry, rather. But it's not even done with 48 hours yet. It's gone down $3,000 in less than 48 hours. Insane. I think this thing's dropping. I think it's dropping, and I think it's going to drop all the way back down to potentially, at a very minimum, it's going to drop down to probably 28, 29. It may even go further. Somebody needs cash, and somebody needs it right now. This is good stuff, guys. I know it looks red. I know everything looks red, and you're going like, no, but the price. You have to stop looking at the price because that's not those are not the indicators that tell you whether you're doing good or not. So I hope you guys aren't watching that because that's not the important part. Does this mean that we're going to start seeing massive price increases like right now? No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. If the market's going to go down, if the whole market's going to start tanking, we're going to go with it a little bit too. So we may see some more lows. Bloody Monday, Gus says, and yeah, we might be looking at a very bloody Monday. We'll have to see. I mean, quite frankly, every time the VIX has gotten to about 35, they've injected money into the market. The first thing that I would probably look at, and I might start putting this up here. I'm not sure if I'm going to put it on my list or not, but we might want to keep an eye on Vanguard's mortgage-backed securities and kind of watch what happens to those. I have a feeling that if we see that dip right off the bat, and you can already see the volatility is picking up on that one. If we see that dip right off the bat, and then start increasing, then I'm going to suggest that they're dumping more cash into mortgage-backed securities to be able to put back or disseminate into the market as a whole to try and prop the market back up. So we'll kind of watch those things and see if that's the case. But once they stop injecting money into the market, it's going to do its thing. Hey guys, I gotta go hit the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Old man restroom stop. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Oh, I feel so much better. Last night I went out. I'll tell you guys a little secret here. If you short share, no, 3.57 is a that's supposed to be HYMC. Let me make sure that is the correct one. Yep, HYMC is 3.57 as of last week. That's not updated though. MRD will check the numbers here in about 5 minutes. In about 5 minutes, I got to stall for 5 minutes, kind of give Ortex a chance to be able to update their data, and I will update it. But HYMC is up in the top left-hand corner, and then AMC is down below. Good morning, Dana. AMC Panda says they need to stop injecting that cash into it. Ultimately, us as taxpayers are the ones that have to deal with the end results of injections of cash into the market, and I agree with you. They do need to stop injecting cash into it. When the market closes, Mike has I think somebody had asked when is the earnings report. Tim asked when is the earnings report. That's after market. I believe it's at 4. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't have it listed here, but I'll bet you it's at. In fact, I'll pull up the link for you. There's usually a link for this on AMC's website, and I'll go ahead and pull it up right now. And let's see. I will get you guys the information that you want. There's fourth quarter 2021. That's not what I want. Here we go. So this is the webcast URL. For those of you who are interested, it does say 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so that is 4 Central Standard, my time. So I was right on the time. Mike says loss of 0.63 per share is expected. That's correct. If there was any winners, so we had quite a few players. I don't think I want to point out like who all was there, but I'll just say that like one of the most impressive players there, I think, was Moshi, and I think myself might have done pretty decently as well. Froggy did really well. Gus did really well. Those were some of the really good players. Let me see who else I could shout out standouts. Let's see, 1 second here. I got my Excel spreadsheet open over here. BioLife did pretty good. Gus did good. Lord Kong did well. Super Steven was there. He didn't play as long as everybody else, but he did pretty well for himself. Those were some of the best players there. Moshi, I think, might have been one of the best though. On poker night, we had I think in total we had 11 or 12 people, and it was kind of, we only ever had enough to fill up an entire table and then maybe like 1 or 2 extras, but we never filled up 2 tables. But it was a lot of fun, the poker night on Saturday. I think we should do it again. I'd like to do it every weekend, and then just whoever can show can show, and then alternate like Saturdays and Sundays, because that kind of works out best for me. So like this next Sunday, we probably could do it again, starting at like 7 p.m. Eastern. But we went till like 1 in the morning. We were playing poker and talking about all kinds of cool stuff until, yep, Texas Hold'em until 1 in the morning, and it was fun. I mean, we started at 7 p.m. Let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5. We played 6 hours of poker. It was a good time. Yeah, I unfortunately can't do every Saturday though, Gus. It'd have to be every other Saturday. Gus had his wine going on. He was going. He was going. So I've stalled long enough. Let's take a look at our numbers. Let me spray off my glasses and we'll take a look at these numbers here. Yeah, no, unfortunately you can't play on the Discord with a phone. You have to do it through a computer. Because it does like an app through the Discord, I think, and phones just can't handle it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the reason behind that is. And then if you guys just want to go and just listen to what people are saying, you could always do that too. I mean, I felt like the discussion alone was just kind of fun. We had Super Steven that was there, Froggy was there, Mediocre was there. We had some great discussions. It was really nice to just kind of have free thinking. That's One Life says, if we beat expectations, I would expect them to still push us down so that they can try and keep us discouraged. You bet, historically speaking, if you go and you look at the data, we normally do go down the next 2 days after an earnings report. Uh, that glass is still foggy. So much better. Alrighty, let's take a look at our numbers here. Let me log into Fidelity, and then I will take you guys to the other page, and we'll take a look at everything. Yeah, I know. I didn't log in. Let's see if I can not read my two-factor authentication. Not a bad idea for those of you out there. Two-factor authentication to get into your accounts, not a bad idea. Keeps unwanted people out of your accounts. All right, I'm logged in. Let's take a look at our numbers here. Monty is going to, I think, be the big winner for the week yesterday or last week, because we went into a four-way tie. First off, every single one of us had predicted the price within a $3 range every single day, including. Nope, Keto missed the last day, but the rest of us all got all 5 days. So there was a tiebreaker between myself, Eric, and Monty. Eric and I had the same exact price prediction of 13.5 to 16.5, but Monty had 13.1 to 16.1, so his average price was closer to the closing price of 13.76. So Monty takes the win. So I'm going to hand out the points. I'm going to give Monty an additional point so that you can see that he was the clear winner of the week. And don't forget, guys, this is just for fun. There are no losers. Short exempt volume. Let's take a look at those numbers. 41.6 up 10K. Oops. Still really low numbers. So we're going to need to see higher volume to see higher numbers in that short exempt volume. Day over day utilization. Let's give Ortex an update and see what we got. See if that utilization is still sitting at 100%. Says 100%. Let me just verify that the date's correct and updated. May 6th. That is correct. Okay, so 100% utilization, day number 63. We are on day 63 of 100% utilization of trading days. We'll take a look at the rest of the Ortex data here in just a second. Day over day price increase versus decrease, we were down 6.33%. And off exchange, 45.42 in the off exchange, and CBOE EDGX was reporting 11.79 before an hour before we closed it out. Let's refresh that and see what the final numbers were for the day. Those were the final numbers. Okay, those numbers are really low, extremely low. When we do have low volume, I don't expect to see those numbers very high. Taking a look at that Ortex data down there, you'll see the estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 19.11%. Cost to borrow doesn't come in until after market opens, so we won't see that until a little bit later. The average cost to borrow has been around 1.78. And rising. And we'll do a little deeper dive into the Ortex data here in just a minute, but moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, institutional share ownership on Friday was 188.185 million shares. Let's give that a refresh and see which direction that's heading. 188.174. So small decrease. And let's see what we're starting off the week for max pain. Let's see, what do we got here? I have no idea what it's going to be. 15, I'm guessing. Oh, 15 it is. What a guess. 15 is max pain for the week for today. And let's refresh those options and see what we got going on here in Optionsville. The highest strike price for this week is a $43 strike price. That's down from the 51 that we've had for a couple weeks now. At $43, we have 4.4 thousand contracts open. So now what I'm going to look for is the highest amounts of open interest. On the call side, at a $15 strike price, which is down $1 from last week, there is currently 7.4 thousand contracts. On the put side, the highest amount is at a $13.50 strike price, which is half $1 less than last week. There is, excuse me, 6.3 thousand contracts. move a couple pages over here. We'll take a deeper dive into some of the Ortex data. Here's our utilization at 100% for 63 straight trading days. That's what it looks like. On loan amount from Friday, decreasing ever so slightly from 133.13 to 132.9. So like a $200,000 or 200,000 share difference in on loan amount. That should have a rising effect on the on loan average age per day, which means we've more than likely found a bottom, but not necessarily. Sometimes these things can have like a single day where it peaks up and then it continues to head down some more. But it does look like we've hit kind of a bottom. I'd wait to see today's end of today's results tomorrow morning to see a for sure change in direction. If that's the case, you can start a 15-day ticking timer. If we have another day of upwards movement on this indicator, then you can start 15 business days from May 5th. That we should see a decent size increase in price. Ortex's estimated short share interest of the free float pretty much went sideways. We went from 19.13 to 19.11. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME did not make the top 10 list, but AMC has been doing really well and hanging out just below the top 10. We were number 11 last Friday with 79% buys to 21% sales. We're absolutely buying the dips. Looks good. GME coming in 20th position with 82% buys to 18% sales. Even better. SSR triggers at $12.38 today. Shares available to borrow, not a whole lot. It's getting kind of low again. Let's check out how many they've borrowed so far for the day today. Last Friday they borrowed 1.85 million for the day that we tracked. Let's see what they have. Let's see what they're at so far for the day today. I messed up that number. $1 million shares. So far for the day, they've borrowed 1 million shares. That's not a whole lot. The fees are at 1%. I do want to note that we are a little bit lower this week than normal, where we have only 79.9 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls. I'd like to see that number stay under 100K, but if price starts to run at any given point, you can almost guarantee people will start dumping into those big time. Next week, there's quite a few call options that are out of the money, which is a little nasty looking. But after that is what I'm really looking forward to. 527 through 610, the options are bone dry. Bone dry. Let's hope they stay that way. IWM down 1.83 in the pre-market. Tesla down 5%. Amazon down 3.33. Cinemark is up 0.6. Doge is down 6.49. Bitcoin down 3.5. GME is down 2.91. HYMC is down 6.49. Hood is down 3.06 and AMC is down 2.11. Let's check and see what our markets kind of look like on the Eastern. Yeah, that's kind of nasty. Let me refresh that, make sure that's right. Okay, that wasn't right. That was last week's data. Looks like mixed, a little bit of mixed, mostly down. Mostly down. The Hang Seng was the worst though, 3.81% down. Looking like it's going to be a red day today on the market. On the so total amount of shares that we've traded so far is 30,000 shares. We're definitely getting some extra volume today compared to what we're used to seeing in the pre-market, which is good. I want to see that spike in volume to push us into the new phase of the cycle, into the squeeze portion of the cycle. That's what I'm really looking forward to. Just looking at Vortex Indicator and RSI right here, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure on the weekly interval with RSI at 37.2, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.04. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.64, which is almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.56, almost getting ready to signal oversold. And we have a TD9 that's printed, meaning that we may see a return upwards in price movement, at least to the simple moving average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI dipping below 30 at 28.25, signaling heavily oversold. In comes the volume. We have about 20 minutes before our pokey stick of volume here. Normally it likes to double our volume, so if we get, say 50K and another 50K by 7 a.m., then 100K for the day still kind of puts us in that range of like 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day, but it'll definitely put us at the top end. So we might see close to maybe double the amount of volume than what we've been seeing currently, which has been mid 20s. Let me refresh and see. What's our total volume been? Last week we had, out of the 5 days, we had 2 days that were over 20. We had a 31 and a 32. So it was 23.8, 31.8, 26.4, 26.9, and 32.9. So if we have more volume this morning, we might see a number more in the range of like 40 to 50 million shares traded. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing in the chat box again. And let's see here. I do want to show you this real quickly before I kind of get into the rest of the day. But on a 5-minute interval, actually I think it might have been on a 30-minute interval, I had drawn a descending wedge that I feel like we're kind of traveling in right now. We got two touch points on the bottom, 2 touch points on the top. We're traveling right down the middle of this wedge here. I don't see the breakout necessarily being today, but here's the other thing. If we have rising volume rather, and falling price, that's bearish. When it breaks out of this, it may break out going down. Just mentioning that. There's a good chance, historically speaking, we see green days on days where we have an earnings report, and then the following 2 days after are red days, and then after that it turns into, for usually a stretch of a good run of green days. So I think there's a good chance that maybe we trade down to slightly sideways today, and then potentially down and breaking out of this wedge on Tuesday, and potentially maybe even Wednesday, seeing a reversal on Thursday. In a 5-minute interval, that's what this looks like right here. I know a lot of people like to see the Ichimoto. Let me pull that up real quick. So you can see that on the Ichimoto, you've got the conversion line below the baseline. You have the lagging line below the price line. Not indicators for buying by day traders. That's the 1 hour. On the 4 hour, again, you have conversion and baseline above the conversion, and the lagging line is below price line, and your cloud is right here. Price usually does like to break through the thinner portions of the cloud. On the 4 hour, we have printed a TD9 here, so we should see a reversal. If I were to throw up the Bollinger Band here, you can see we've touched on the Bollinger Band quite a few times. We should see a reversal to the simple moving average, which is above the baseline, and the value there's around 1494. If that's the case, then we would see price break up out of the wedge. But I could see a false breakout upwards today, and then breaking out down back into the wedge tomorrow. All right, let's see what you guys are writing. That's a great question, Olin, because I know they started the ticket sales like a month earlier for Doctor Strange. And so that was, but that would have been still April. And that probably wouldn't have counted in first quarter earnings. But they did go on sale like a month in advance, though. And I have a feeling that that'll be talked about in the quarterly. Market crash is almost, I mean, the best way that you're going to get margin calls, balaclava, is with a market crash. A market rally is not going to help. You're welcome, Oland. It's weird to say that I hope for a crash. It feels a little odd. I don't really, I mean, I don't hope for a crash, but I know it's inevitable. Our market just can't sustain what it's been doing for so long. So I'm going to tell you guys a little secret here. I've already told you guys this once before, but I'm just gonna say it again. Um, if you go to Costco, if you're a Costco membership holder, and you go to Costco and you want to buy, so because I did this for my wife for Mother's Day, you can buy an entire slab of ribeye steak, and it'll cost you, if you get choice, it'll cost you about 170 bucks or thereabouts. And I cut them up into about 3/4 of an inch thick slices of steaks, and they are probably some of the most beautiful pieces of marbled steak you could ever find in any store anywhere. And so when you cut it up, it nets you about, I think, let's see, I had 14 steaks that I got out of it. So 170 divided by 14, 3/4 inch steaks. I don't know how many poundage or ounces that they would have weighed, but I guarantee you it's probably the largest steak you've ever seen in your life out of any restaurant. And it nets you $12.14 a steak. And cut those up, made some mashed potatoes and some corn, and that was Mother's Day steak. And man, I'm telling you, it is so juicy. It is the best steak ever. And the great part about it is with 14 steaks, you just throw the rest of them in the freezer. You just let them hang out there until you're ready for them. I might be getting low data right now, guys, so I'm gonna try and fix that real quick. Let me make sure I've got everything turned off, the peripherals here at the house. Danny says, I love Costco. Me too. Oh, thanks, Dana. I cut it up. I have a special knife that I use on it. I've got my special meat cutting knife. One second here. Okay. Hopefully I just fixed my internet issues. Miss Tahiti says, Casey, we get them from for work 1 inch. We get 12 every Wednesday from Costco. I'm telling you, Miss Tahiti, buy the slab, cut it up yourself. It'll save you a few bucks because they charge you for cutting them up. And you can cut up 1 inch steaks. You could get 12 steaks easily out of one of those slabs, and cook those up. You can buy the choice, or you can buy the prime. I think it is. I don't know. I always forget the name of the other one, but the other one's going to cost you probably a little bit more though. It's going to be like might be like $100 more, 240 maybe. So let's see. If you got, I'm pretty sure you can cut that up into the same amount of steaks. So that'd be like $20 a steak. But really, in all honesty, it's for 20 bucks I would pay it. It's not that it's really good. Oh, you sell them for $12? Oh yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about then. It's a good deal. It's a really good deal. Also, if you're a Costco member and you're feeding a lot, when you go in there and you talk to those guys that are behind the window, the employees, ask them. Oh, and you may not see, by the way, you may not see those full slabs of choice And what you do is you just kind of like get the attention of one of those guys behind the window and tell them you want a full slab of that uh, choice prime ribeye, and they'll bring you out the whole slab. So they don't normally just stock those out on the for you to just pick up. But the other thing you want to do is if you're doing hamburger, you can ask them for the tube. Just say I want a tube of hamburger, and they'll bring you out a tube of hamburger, and you can get your hamburger, pretty decent grade hamburger for a very cheap price. And it all comes in a tube. It's like I want to say it's like 20 pounds of hamburger or something like that. I don't know. Monty got you down 1185 to 1485. And good morning, Monty. Balaclava says, I want your honest opinion. Do you think the hedge funds are more worried about AMC or GME? Your opinion, of course. Hmm. That's to be honest with you, I think they're worried about everything. I think they're worried about a lot of things right now. They got a lot on their plate, and I honestly don't. It's easier to squeeze a company who has um, less shares available for the float, which was the whole reason that they went after that DFV went after GME in the first place. It's a much easier. It's easier to own the entire float. As far as whether or not we own the entire float or not, in either of the two instances, I don't believe that it's. I think we own the float on both, so I think they're both equally concerning to any hedge fund that's involved. Um, once it gets out of control, it's gonna be a nightmare for them. Either way, doesn't matter. All around. But if you were to ask me this question a year ago, I would have said GME. Not actually more than a year ago, a year and a half ago, a year and 2 months ago. But I don't think hedge fund, I don't think institutional hedge funds look at it as a worry. I don't think they see it that way. I don't think they don't have emotions when it comes to making trades on the market. Uh, but it is definitely easier to squeeze a smaller float than it is to squeeze a larger float. Hanzo says, now I have to have steak for dinner. Laugh out loud. I usually don't decide this until around noon. Brian Carpenter says, does ribeye taste like ramen? Brian, it makes me want to invite you over. It makes me want to invite you over and feed you a steak. So what you're saying is slap the slab. Good morning, Jay. No, ramen does not taste like ribeye, or ribeye doesn't taste like ramen. I think I already have the numbers dialed in for, I'll say I have it off by 1 penny. This is SSR tripping down here. I adjusted it over this weekend. I didn't round up, apparently. So 1238 is SSR trip. I will say this in regards to dropping in price. One of the 60% turnaround points on GME, and I'm pulling up my model. One of the 60% turnaround points on GME when they had their squeeze was 61.6%. So it didn't turn right on 60. It was 61.6. So if we were to look at like a 62% drop from 34.33, I think I did the math last night, but I think it's like $13 almost even. Yeah, so 62% off of the 34.33 would be $13.04. So how far down can this go? It could go further than that because we're kind of entering into like uncharted territory here. We've never seen, like, GME never just saw or never had an issue with the market crashing when they started to squeeze. They were able to squeeze without a market crash. In our particular situation, margin calls are probably going to be necessary in order for us to see a squeeze, and that means we're getting this market crash to go along with it, which means that we're kind of like in new territory where we haven't been before. So could we go down more than 62% from that 34.33? There's a chance. There's some unusual characteristics to this drop than we have seen in the past because we have market failure. You throw market failure into the equation and it changes everything. Splinter says, Casey, with the kitchen sink still available, would you think they'd use it at these lower prices or in an effort to hold the price down on the way up, i.e. when it's ripping? Here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume coming in here. We have, I'll answer that question in just a second. Oh yeah, this is going to be good. We had 32,000 shares going into the pokey stick, and it looks like it's already over 100K on this pokey stick of volume. This is definitely going to be the day where we have increased volume spiking. So let me answer that, Splinter. The only reason that they pull the kitchen sink, and if you think about this, the reason for pulling out the kitchen sink is because you get those shares at a low price, and the expectation is that you're going to sell those shares at a higher price. So they loan those shares on a short-term loan, which is now turned into a long-term loan, which is costing them extra money. So they're going to hold those shares to throw into the market when we break some outrageous number. So that's what we're really looking for, is the kitchen sink to be thrown, and that's how they're going to knock the price down. They're going to knock the price down with those shares. Inject them into the market, make it look like there was a sell-off. When in actuality it was just the kitchen sink. And I can almost guarantee you a lot of apes are going to fall for it. Which will cause the chain reaction of buying and selling going back and forth and volume absolutely blowing up through the roof. Keto's got 13.13 to 16.13. Got you down, Keto. That was a good pokey stick of volume. I'm going to go 30.50 on volume for the day today. I kind of want to go a little bit higher. Let me think about it for just a second. 100. Yeah, I'm gonna go 30-50. So I'm definitely increasing my prediction from 20-40 to 30-50. I think there's a good chance I'm going to be on the bottom side of this. I think it might actually be just slightly over 50 million shares traded for the day today. It's probably going to be on the top end of my volume prediction. I'm thinking it might end up being like 52 million shares maybe today. But it just depends on what happens in the later portion of the day. This doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see a price spike though. I'm buying land to hunt and fish on and going to have buffaloes, cows, and emus, goats, pigs, and chickens. Vegan is not a choice for me. Me either. Gotta have my meat. There's a reason we were born with incisors. Balaclava says, was GME a short squeeze last January? I think so. Was AMC a short squeeze in June? I don't think either of them were short squeeze. Well, the GME one was the beginnings of a short squeeze. Unfortunately, got snuffed out by the buy button being taken away. In my opinion, GME was AMC was not AMC. I don't. AMC was the beginnings of a squeeze, but they were able to snuff that one out. Primarily because some new shares were injected into the market, and they were able to keep it from running further because of those new shares being injected into the market. So they were both of them were kind of the beginnings of a squeeze and snuffed. Splinter's gonna camp out on Hanzo's land. Brian's got out the ruler for the pokey stick. That pokey stick is big, guys. That pokey stick was 104,000 shares compared to the 30 some odd thousand shares that we had going into it, which means it was 3 times the amount of total volume, more than 3 times the amount of total volume that we had leading into that single minute. That's pretty big. I don't want to get my hopes up, Balaclava. I don't necessarily think, because the problem is we're in the suck. There's a 4-stage cycle to some of these cycles. There's the suck, squeeze, bang, blow cycles, right? We're entering, if volume spikes today, we're entering into the squeeze portion of the cycle, and you don't necessarily have to see price spiking during that period of time. But we should have days where we have both volume and price spiking, kind of like hit and misses. We're going to see a bunch of hit and misses, like misfires almost. Oop, my bad. I'll change the date. Sorry. Changing the date. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Changed. Sucks. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow myself. It all has to do. Yeah, you know what? Here, it's better if I just send you a link. This is a really good read. I noticed a pattern in the way that AMC trades, and I'll just send you. I'm gonna send you a copy of the link to it. It's a 3-part, and apparently I can't spell squeeze, so don't laugh at me, or laugh at me, and I don't care. It is a 3-part document, and I think, Yeah, at the bottom of it, there's a link to part 2. Part 1 and 2 are the only 2 parts. There's 3 parts to it, but you only really need part 1 and part 2. Part 3 is just kind of a bonus. But it's a long read, but it's a pretty good read, and it identifies the cycles and kind of shows you what occurs in each one of the cycles. No, I put S. There was no U. I wrote squeeze without a U. I think I was just typing quickly and didn't proofread it. I didn't feel like deleting it. I was like, whatever. And you know what? To be honest with you, nobody's ever mentioned anything to me about the fact that it wasn't spelled correctly, which I thought was kind of funny. I caught it myself, and uh, and nobody said anything. That was kind of weird. Gus says, "Remember, it takes 2 weeks to suck, squeeze, and blow." Man, if y'all get tattoos in stupid ass places with 2 weeks, I'm gonna be pissed. Thought you all do that because that's gonna be. I won't like that. Alex Reed says, "Can someone tell me the Pokey Stick, please?" So, are you asking what is it, or are you asking how much was it? Because if you're asking how much was it, it was 104,000 shares. Good morning, Hope. There is a TLDR. There is a TLDR, and I think it's kind of a funny TLDR. Oh, I must have answered your question, Alex. The Pokey Stick was we had about 30,000 shares going into the Pokey Stick, and the Pokey Stick itself was 100,000. So like over 3 times the amount of volume. You better not, AMC. You better not get that tattoo. Adam, thank you. We need to turn her in to as a candidate before 2 p.m. Central Standard Time today. So I'm gonna get with her on my first break, and we're gonna submit that on my first break, or my second break rather, my 10 o'clock break. I just don't. I just if you guys were to do something like that, I would just hope it would be in a place where like it can be at least covered, just not on your head. Don't put it on your forehead or your face or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I might, Alex. I might just get one. When this is all said and done, the big tramp is probably one of the things. I might actually get kind of one of my stick figure big tramps with the big tramp. That would be a cool tattoo. One of my famous stop sign trampolines. Oh man. I don't know if they can do white though. That would suck. I would make the big tramp blue, like a cobalt blue. I don't know how that would look over time though. Like a real vivid blue. Man, that would hurt filling that in. Where would I put that? Man, that's some detail. Mm, Asset. I don't know. I don't know where I would put it. There's only one place to put a tramp stamp. Oh man, AMC. I've had so many thoughts go through my head. I think I've walked the gamut for anywhere from dividend stocks to um, real estate, both commercial and residential. Trying to think of all the different ideas that I've had as far as um, you know, one of the most I'm just going to let you guys know, historically speaking, after recessions or bear markets, energy is probably one of the fastest recovering sectors in the market. So once the market did find a bottom, if you guys were so inclined to reinvest your money, I would look into energy. I'm not going to say any specific one, but look into energy. There may be a lot of money to be made in the energy sector. I don't know. I really don't know, AMC. To be honest with you, though, I want to get my money out of the market um, and just think about things for a while. See how much I have. See how much I'm willing to reinvest. I think there's a lot of conversation that needs to be had, not just with me and my wife, but maybe as a community, we're talking about like um, not investing together, but talking about like how much to invest. Like once you have everything that you've got, how much do you want to play with? You know, what are you going to reinvest back into the market? 10%, 20%, 40? I might only do 10. 10% is probably plenty. Miss Tahiti says she had her eyelids tattooed white. I'm really curious what that looks like and how painful that might have been. Good morning, Einstein. AMC, no. I thought about that once upon a time, but the Section 8 thing is, I don't want to be a slumlord. I feel like I need to tell that story again. I've been in the market since 1998, Balaclava. A long, long time. To be honest with you, I was done with the market twice. 2001 and 2008. I was done with the market both those two times, and I came back each time. Um, but I mean, I shouldn't say I came back. I I walked away from my investments and let them sit in places where I knew they would be safe for probably a couple years, 2 or 3 years. So in there's probably about two gaps of about 2 to 3 years apiece. So six years that I walked away, just because it's tough, man. It's really, really tough when you've gone through recession and you've lost like a lot of your life savings. And you have to figure too that in 1998 I was only let's see, I would have been 22 years old. Yeah, 22 years old. So I watched a very large chunk of like two-thirds of my life savings at 22 years old, which isn't a whole lot, disappear. And then in 2008, I watched I don't even remember what the chunk size was then. I cared more about how much I think I probably lost more on my house than I did in the markets in 2008. I was more worried about that. That's really silly myself. Tesla's dropping 4.25. I don't know, man. That the Bitcoin is just a crazy one. I mean, look at this, guys. Look at this Bitcoin. What do we got here for a high? From 40,000 to 32.6 in a matter of 6 days. It's lost more than the average. The average is more than $1,000 a day. More than $1,000 a day. That's insane. That is definitely a drop out of an ascending parallel channel. I thought it was a head and shoulder pattern that was forming, and then I feel like there was money. And this period of time right in here is almost like you can see the money being injected into the market right here, keeping everything afloat. And then this is the downside, the dropout. It's nasty. Mr. He says lost 20,000 in 2000 and 2008. I lost more than that. It's rough. It's really really rough. You know what though? I'll tell you what. The very first market crash I ever went through in 2001 was enlightening. It was enlightening because I made mistakes. When the market crashed, I tried to exit my position out of my stocks and ended up losing more money than I would have cared to have admitted. Trying to reposition into safer stock. There's nothing safe in a market crash. there's just there's no such thing as something safe, and so you accept your losses. You accept your losses when you reposition, and then now you're just taking on more new losses, but at a lesser rate. Um, Really, it's not the right, in my opinion, that wasn't the right thing to do. The right thing to have done would have been to just hold. If I would have just sat and hold, I'd have been way better off many years down the road than if I had than repositioning. Like whatever new money you end up putting into the market, you can reposition, but just hold everything else. Caitlin, I think Spider-Man's going to be fourth quarter data. We went and looked it up. It opened in fourth quarter. Miss Tahiti, I loved it and asked her not to use numbing gel. Whoa, that's pretty hardcore. Yeah. Good morning, PC3. Yeah, remember, Caitlin, Adam Aaron had said that first quarter, I think, was going to be a rough quarter for us. But, he's every other quarter after this is going to be just fine. That, by far, was probably the biggest lesson that I learned balaclava. And that penny, that penny stocks aren't what you think they are. Yeah. It's kind of a phase. I think it's phases that you go through when you start trading. Everybody has these different phases that they go through. One of these days I need to sit down and like write them out so I can just tell people like, yep, if you're in the phase of trading in penny stocks, guess what? You're probably new to the market. So everybody's always trying to make a quick rich buck off of penny stocks, and it's just really, I mean, sure, there's people who get lucky and find an amazing one every once in a while, but it's just not really the. If you want to make good money, it, penny stocks isn't where it's at. It's just not. And the other thing too is as you traded in the market, um, you have different perspectives on risk management, right? The younger you are, the more risks you take. I don't, balaclava. Actually, we had this conversation on poker night on the Discord. Um, I've been I've been doing this for a long time, and I still don't think options are. I think there's a very small percentage of people who should be playing in the options market. You need a lot of experience and a lot of time, and I don't think anybody hardly ever takes the amount of time that they need to take to get a system down, a good working system. You should paper trade, and even paper trading is not going to give you a clear example of what trading options is really supposed to be like, because paper trading, they accept every order you put in. It just accepts it. That's not always the case in the market. So there's still going, even paper trading, there's still going to be a learning curve. So, you know, it's risky. Is anyone taking Al's 100K challenge? I don't know what that is, but I won't be. Yeah, see, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, CPE. And once this is all said and done, we all need to just kind of sit back and just kind of think about things for a little while. Really kind of evaluate where the market's at and what we're going to be doing moving forward. And I don't just say that, tell you what to do. It's just, I think it's good advice anytime you come into a large sum of new money that you've never had before, is to just sit down and take a breather and just kind of relax a little bit and kind of mentally prepare yourself for the future and what the future might hold for you. Trent, we do. We do have extra pre-market volume today. It is looking very good. I think that I haven't updated Suck Squeeze Bang Blow in a hot minute. Maybe we should take some time to do that real quick. Got a few more minutes here before I'm going to go on break, so let's go ahead and do that. I haven't updated for almost all of April, but that's only because I had my computer crashed on me and I didn't have the data saved. And when I turned the computer back on, it wanted to save the data, and I accidentally hit the wrong button, and it was like, goodbye. So let's go back and enter in the data here for Suck Squeeze Bang Blow. It was much more updated than where it's at, so I'm gonna have to redo some of this information. So I've got up to April 12th. All right, so I'm just gonna slide it over here real quick. And put in the dates. So this is all the data that I've missed so far. So let's input. Alrighty. And we'll take that, drag that down, take this, drag this down. Alrighty, so now I'm going to analyze this and say, like, okay, have we truly made it out of the suck period? What we would be looking for is a spike in volume, somewhere probably around 75% or higher. There was a 33% spike on 419, so not really. The one thing that I'm finding interesting about the data here is that we've got a couple of hits in here. We have a hit here, 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 and here. Usually in the suck period, you don't see any hits. So these are unusual. Leading up to this point, oops, we had all misstatements, but we do have a few hits in here, which is very unusual to have. Day over day price volume increase on these hits are like zero. Like there was no volume increase on this hit here, none. On this hit, there was only an 8% increase in volume. On this hit, there was 33%. So if there was any one specific day that was truly defining or different than the rest of them, it would have been the 3rd of May, where we were up 1.64% and up 33% on volume. But that's not by any means anything that I would consider to be like an identifying factor of moving into the next phase cycle of the cycle. So nothing really here. So I'm going to color this all blue. Ah, dang it. Wrong one. But I think there's a good chance that we will indeed see higher volume today, but we don't necessarily have to see higher price. This is 5.9 through 5.13. So if we were to see, as an example, if we were to see, say, 40, let's just say we saw 52 million shares having been traded for the day today. That would be a 58% increase. I think we'd need to see more than that for me to really get excited. We need to see at least 70%. So we need to see, like, let's say, what is 60 million? That's 82%. So 55, 57. There we go. 57 million shares is what I would really I think 57 million shares traded in the day, I think would be like a good indicator to me that we're moving in the right direction into the next phase of the cycle. But we don't necessarily have to see a significant price change. It kind of makes me want to up my prediction from 30 to 50 to 40 to 60. Actually, you know what? Do it or don't do it. I'm gonna do it. No, wait. No. Don't take no take backs. No take backs. I gotta remember no take backs. I'm gonna stick to 30 to 50. I'm okay with being low on volume. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. MB, good morning. Balaclava says options are sport betting. I almost feel like you have I almost feel like, that's tough. I mean, it depends on how good you are at sport. I don't know. There's, I'd almost say options. There's so many factors involved in sports betting that, it's, I feel like, gosh, I almost feel like the same thing to me, quite honestly. Good morning, Thick. Cutie Cut, good morning. Panay, I'm glad you find it interesting. You know what? I think I just put in all that information and didn't save. Saved. Don't want to have that happen again. I know it only took me like 2.5 minutes or so, but still. Alrighty, guys. I think I'm gonna head to break here. So unfortunately, Panay, this is going to become very less interesting. But I will be back 15 minutes prior to market open. I do take a couple breaks throughout the day, but this is a great place to hang out and just chat and hang out with fellow AMC traders. So enjoy. I do want to note here, Cinemark was up in the pre-market earlier this morning. They're down already to 2.5%. I think they were up in the pre-market. Maybe not. Maybe, yeah, I think they were, but just very slightly. It might have been right here where I was looking at. I don't know. I feel like I was looking at it in the pre-market and it was saying it was up, but maybe I'm wrong because it does say down 250 or 2.5%, and I don't see any trading going on it. So maybe I just was misseeing things. But yeah, market across the board's not looking too happy. I'm sorry, Cole. You picked the wrong times. But the best thing is, Cole, is that there's a rewind button. So if you missed anything, you can always go back. Miss Tahiti says, nerves of steel and lots of high blood pressure, heart attacks on Wall Street. I can't live that life. I'm out when the numbers hit. I don't blame you. Brian says, don't forget to wish Billy Joel a happy birthday. I've only received like 3 content strikes ever where they deleted my video for the day because of the fact that whoever the music person was that I played for the day, they didn't they just wanted the content completely taken off, regardless of whether I was making money or not. They just wanted it taken down. Billy Joel's one of them. F that guy. Like I'm legit like not making any money, and he just won't let me play the music. It's like, I heard that guy. I heard that guy's a dick anyway. So just saying. The other one that I got a strike for was Jimi Hendrix. That's not Jimi Hendrix's fault. He's no longer with us, and his family's in a fight with over his music and who has the rights. So I get it. I understand that one. I'm trying to remember who the third one was, but I can't. It's not coming to me. It was something really odd though. Yeah. So Billy Joel, you go. I don't know. I played his "We Didn't Start the Fire." I mean, it's a good song, but it's not like I don't know. Anyways, I'll see you guys in a little. I would. Yeah, I think Hendrix was the last one. I can't remember what the other one was. Oh, actually, I can just look it up. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I can look it up and tell you. Let's see here. Hold on one second. It was Jimi Hendrix, Billy Joel, and somebody else, and I can't remember. Let's see. Who was the other one? I'm just curious because I can't remember. I try to avoid their music now because it's like, okay, well, if you're gonna, I'm trying to record history here and you're shutting me down. So let's see here. Hmm, where do I find that at? There used to be I feel like there was a place where I could find my content warnings or strikes, but I don't see it now. 11:18. All right, let's see what it is. Huh. I can't, for some reason, I can't. I think it's gone. I can't even see it myself. So whatever. I don't know. Good morning, good old boys. I'm going to take a break, guys. I will be back at 8:15. I'll see you guys in about a half hour. Alrighty, folks, I am back. I'm probably not going to scan back up to see what everybody's been writing since I've been gone, but I'm just going to start at the top of the page. Let's see here. Earnings report is at 4 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, which is about an hour after market close. And actually, you know what? I have a link, or I had a link earlier this morning that I posted. And that's not it. I posted the link for earlier this morning for the live stream. Let me get that posted and pinned to the top. Don't know why I didn't do that earlier. I should have. One second. So this is the link to their webcast that you'll be able to pull up. Typically, it has you sign in and want to know like company name or something like that, and you can just click. You can just say self or something like that. You know, you don't have to do any kind of company name. Let me pin that to the top for future people who want to see that. I know BioLife, I really need to kind of get on top of some things here and make sure that I get music going again. I know you're not talking to me, Maggie. Diaz says, is this where all the poker pros hang out? Uh, there's definitely some good poker players, that's for sure. Absolutely. Let me do a little bit of price predicting here. Trying to get I need to come up with some kind of price that we're going to be heading towards. If I move out to the 5 minute here, I think we're kind of on this wedge, this descending wedge here. I think there's a possibility we might have like a false breakout of this 5 minute wedge here, possibly going up to begin with, but then perhaps maybe a breakthrough back down starting tomorrow and Wednesday. So as it stands, I think we could potentially see something like 13 to 16. That's what I'm gonna shoot for 13 to 16. Trent, I saw that before you retracted it. There's definitely higher volume this morning than there has been in the past. Coin is saying who's baiting. I'm not sure what you're talking about as far as baiting goes. $250K pre-market makes me think bull trap. It's possible. It's very, very possible that we see like that, like I said, that false breakout going up and then a push down hard. I wouldn't put it past anybody would be continuously trying to collect more premiums for sure. I can guarantee you right now that premium collection is a must. Look at this, guys. The VIX is up 9.8% so far this morning. The key magic number is 35. If I take this down to the let's see, let's see the day. I've got a red line right here marked at 35, and you can see that we're right there. We're right on top of that 35. There's a very good chance that we hit 35 and then we see another money injection into the market. One of the key things that I'm going to be watching, which I discussed with you guys earlier, is that I think I discovered how the money flow is working. I personally believe that the money's being pumped into the mortgage-backed securities, much like we saw in 2008. And so what we may see here is we may see a drop on the mortgage-backed securities and then a slow rise on the mortgage-backed security. We'll have to watch that in conjunction with the VIX. If the VIX hits that magic 35 number, it's at 33 right now. If it hits that magic 35 number, you can almost guarantee they're going to inject some more money. They don't want it to get past this red line. That seems to be like that breaking point where they know that the market's just really absolutely struggling, and so they inject more money into the market to keep it from crashing. So we'll be watching that really closely to see if that injection of money happens. If that money injection happens, we'll probably see a turnaround in the market within a 30-minute span or to within 30 minutes. So I've got both the two charts listed right here on the page. I've got VMBS on one side, the mortgage-backed securities on one side, and then I've got VIX up top. So I'm going with a price prediction between 13 and 16. Keto's got 13.13 to 16.13. Monty has 11.85 to 14.85. Eric usually sends me a text right as market opens. BioLife says, I was the shark. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Can you add BBIG to your watch list on the side? Probably. I don't really like to watch BBIG. I really think that it's a massive distractor. That's not one that I would add to the side. I can pull up BBIG just to look at it, but I don't want to support BBIG at all. I think it's a massive suck for people to try and get people to invest in that, and I think it's a rug pull. That's not one I'm going to set up. The Fed's printing the money, big tramp. They're printing the money and then they're injecting it into the market. I'm not sure how they're doing it exactly. I suspect that it's, they're just printing money, I guess. I'm not really sure where they're coming up with the money from. If I knew those answers, I probably would be way more of an important person. Getting a nice little push up here in the beginning portion of the market. We're about ready to start this thing. Good morning, Gary. Maggie says, can they print some for us? I think they did. I feel like they did print some for us. And then we got it back during COVID a couple times. I'm not going to lie. They really did kind of print some money for us. Alrighty, guys. It's time for market open. I will see you guys after the intro.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
What I got, you gotta get it, put it in you. With
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning to you guys. It's good to see you again. I hope you guys had a great weekend. Happy belated Mother's Day to any of you women who did not get a chance to hear me on Friday to wish you a happy Mother's Day. Happy ex-Mother's Day. Because, I mean, you're not an ex. It's just the Mother's Day. But good morning to you. I hope you guys had a great weekend, great celebratory weekend, and yeah, another red day in the markets. 9.8 or 9.18% down on the VIX right now, or I should say up. It's up, but it's hitting. It's getting really close to that number that I was talking about with 35. It's at 32.96. 35 is that kind of key number that we're looking for to see it hit in order for it to break past. Let me pull up the other VMBS. Is the other one that I want to watch with this. So if we start to see the VMBS kick up on the minute, oh, there it is. It's already kicking up already. Is this on the minute? Hold on a second here. 5659. Here it is kicking up already. So the mortgage-backed securities are getting pumped as it stands. Let's see if I can do extended hours in there. There we go. So this is market open right here. You can see the mortgage-backed securities are already getting pumped this morning. With the money going into the mortgage-backed securities, you can see that it got pumped somewhat towards the end of the day on Friday. They're pumping more money into the mortgage-backed securities currently. You can almost expect that's going to have an opposite reaction. Once this starts to bleed off, you'll see money kind of siphoning out of this, and you'll see some pattern that looks very similar to what we saw in the beginning of Monday or Friday, I mean, where price pumped up and then it slowly melted off. And as it melted off, we watched the VIX and the SPY start to rise in price. So as they're pumping money here into the mortgage-backed securities, you're going to start to see them bleed off. So once those start bleeding off, you'll probably see the market start turning around the other direction. And it should be across the board. But it does look like they're pumping more money into mortgage-backed securities. Let's see here. I wish it would just stay. So we go back out to the daily. You can see how this mortgage-backed security is just falling like crazy. So the general trend is down. But if we move in on the 1 minute, you can see where they continuously pump in money. And it does look like it's starting to fall now. This could be where money starts getting pumped back into the market. You might see the VIX start to drop here a little bit. I can't, I can, I can't, I probably could. I probably can, Maggie. Um, it depends on your broker, Empire Fire. Some brokers are allowed, they give you leeway to be able to make an instant purchase. Typically speaking, there's a settlement cycle, and but it depends on what your broker allows you to do. That'd be more of a question for your broker, and your broker can help you out with that and explain to you. Usually you can try to make the order, and then it'll tell you whether or not you can make the purchase right away. But that's going to be an individual question for your broker. Maggie, I have to. Mm, so the reason that I don't put that number up there is because it doesn't really change. Um, the reporting of it doesn't change daily. So if you want to see that number, I'm probably not gonna. I'll tell you what, Maggie. I probably am not going to do it just because the reason that I say that is that the on loan amount reported by Ortex is only updated daily. The numbers that you're seeing right now are on the screen, right? As far as like in terms of shares that are being borrowed for short interest, those are showing up right there on the screen as 1.8 million, and they have no return shares. So there's a lot of short interest being borrowed currently. But as far as on loan amounts go, those only change daily. So I usually show those on the hour every hour, and they don't change. It's just a consistent number. Yeah, that you won't see that. You won't see that at all, Maggie, on Ortex. It's a daily representation of what happened from the previous day. And by no means would I ever advise you to think that covering would be seen in on loan amounts. That is not that would be a false um, that would be a false statement to say that when you see on loan amounts decreasing that's a sign of covering. So I don't know who would have I don't know where that thought process is coming from, but that's not what that means. Closing maybe. Closing some positions might be the case, but not covering. Forced covering is going to be looking a lot different than that. Dr. Zena says I have a strong urge to call my brokers and just laugh. Then we will be okay. Yeah, I covered that. But in 15 minutes, I will go through the numbers and you can check out the numbers. I always cover the numbers in the first 30 minutes of every morning. So if you want to see those, you can go back to the first 30-minute mark and just kind of like look at that spot when I go over Ortex, the data in detail. But I'll go over on the hour every hour so you can see it during that time. Good morning, Hayden. Gary says, I saw a video there listening to us using computers to listen to certain words. That's probably true. Hope says, morning, Casey. What do you think? The last article in the DD section. Let me check it real quick. The one that was sent out by Mediocre? Well, thank you, Doctor. Okay, so the VIX is still heading up. Still making it towards that 35 number. Ooh. So I did the math. Let's see here. Oh yeah. So I tried to read through some of that and at some point kind of gave up. There was too much reading for me. I'm not gonna lie to you. There was just way too much reading for me on that. I didn't have the time to go through all that entire thing. I actually, before anybody had posted that in the DD section, I had actually I saw it on Reddit myself, and it's an interesting article. I mean, so what's the conclusion? We can compare these figures to the doomsday graph and begin to see the bigger picture of a coming recession market crash. Don't disagree with that. You might have seen the doomsday graph before. It is important. There are many other factors at play here. Many of these meme stock groups have begun expanding their business. GME has requested to increase their shares available to use from 300 million to 1 billion. This is how the split could affect a share offering. I believe that if GME does execute a split, it will effectively split all the legal shares in place, exposing the fake shares. I mean, yeah, I feel like this is all stuff we've kind of touched on. Yeah, I mean, this is just like it's like a lot of information to just basically confirm things that I think you could. It's just it's more confirmation of what it is that we're seeing happening in the market more than anything. Um, like I don't even think you need to dive into it that deep to be able to see what's happening in the market. It's pretty obvious. Let's see here. Wealthy. Dr. Zeno says, my guess is they will stop the decline once the VIX hits the 34 or 35 range. I mean, that's typically what they do, right? That's why I've got the red line in here at 34.99. It's kind of like the okay, we're done. We gotta do something now. You can already see it starting to come down though. The VIX is now down. It's only up 8.94%. It was like almost 10 a minute ago. But if we let's just keep changing this. You can see that the start of the money bleeding out of the mortgage-backed securities is already starting to happen because it's starting to decline. So as you see a decline in the mortgage-backed securities, that's a bunch of junk being wrapped up into these mortgage-backed securities, and then money being funneled into the blue chips, like the SPY. So the SPY is probably heading up now. We can add a third chart to this and just check out SPY, and it's more than likely probably heading up. It should be making its turnaround point. So as the VIX comes down, the SPY is going to start heading up, and the mortgage-backed security is going to slowly start bleeding away money. Very common pattern that we've been seeing in the markets. Good morning, MG2. Tony has a hard-hitting, solid video on the voting proxy. I'm gonna have to take a look at it. I haven't finished my DD yet, so I still have to dive into it more. And one thing that I do want to stress to you guys is we don't. I mean, we've got like another month. We have another month before we have to submit our votes. It's actually it's almost exactly a month. So don't feel like you got to rush it. There's one thing that I've learned is that when you rush your votes, you give away your hand before you're supposed to. So in other words, if the company wants to try and be able to move towards a certain direction, they're going to use whatever votes they get because they know what the tally on the votes are on a daily basis. So if they get the right amount of votes that they want to see in order to do something, they're just going to do it and they don't care. They're just going to enact it and start going forward with the process. You don't need to vote right away. You just don't. Like, don't feel rushed because there may be something that happens between now and 30 days from now where you're like, oh, hell no, I'm not voting that way anymore. And then you got to go back in, you got to change your vote. And there's just no need. There's no need to put your votes in until you're absolutely 100% ready to put your vote in. There's no need to rush it. And I think a lot of people rush to do their voting, and I don't. I would highly discourage that. There's no need to show your hand before you're ready to. Yes, so NC Proud Dad says remind people when they go to vote to be sure that all their shares are accounted for, meaning when you go to vote through each of the brokerage accounts, make sure that all your shares are shown. Um, Brian says that's poker talk. I agree, Brian. It is definitely poker talk. I try to relate things to things that I know. Um, there really is no sense in throwing out your vote early. There's just not. There's no sense in it. Something could happen that changes your mind, and you want to be able to have that ability to be able to change your mind. And it's not that you don't have the ability, it's just that it's the company, if they get enough votes in right away for something, can say, well, we had this many votes at this period of time, so we went ahead and enacted it and did this, and then everybody changed their minds, but we went ahead and went off the initial polling. And if you look, one of the things that Tony talks about is that it's that the voting is a recommendation. Casey, let's see. Casey, if the other thing I would do, NC Proud Dad, is there's a phone number, and when I put my final proxy information together, I'll hand this out, but there is a phone number that you can call, and you can verify how many shares that they have you down for voting for. And you can verify that if you say, for example, do it online, you can verify what your vote is over the phone. I think it'll take some time, Adam. I don't know how much time, but I think it'll take some time. Buck says saw Doctor Strange in 3D, so I saw a preview to Avatar 2 coming in December. Incredible! It will bring in 2 billion in ticket sales. I'm doing good, Rizwan. How you doing? My vote got suspended because I put in the wrong number. I've never heard of that before. Um, yeah, I've never heard of that. Uh, you don't really hide votes. I think that's a joke, right, Brian? But that's funny though. NC Proud Dad says it will show on the proxy online how many shares are being counted at the top right of the proxy vote. 2 weeks. NC Proud Dad said, yes, I can't wait for Avatar 2. That was such an amazing movie. Rizwan, I am good, thank you. AMC, good time to average down, in your opinion. I don't like to. What I would say is, in my opinion, whenever you can get shares is a good time to get shares. Whether you get them at $70 a share or you get them at $10 a share, whatever price you get them at will, in the long run, feel like they're probably well worth it. That is a great question, Paul. The cutoff date, I actually have that in the Word document that I started putting together for this. In the Word document, I have written down here that the voter eligibility closed on 4/22 of 22. So April 22nd of this year is when the voter eligibility closed. Leah says, I've changed my vote 3 times thus far. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And here's the other thing too, guys. I would recommend the day before the vote actually goes in, I would go back online and I would verify that your vote hasn't changed from what you initially put in. I actually had that happen. The last time we had a shareholder vote, I had placed my vote online. Then I had um, the individual group, I can't remember what the name of the company is, something King, DF King or something. I don't remember. The company that's doing the counting of the votes called me up on the phone and wanted to get my vote. And I'm like, well, I already placed it online. I'm like, but can you tell me what my vote was? And they told me, and they said something different than what was online. And I said, okay, well, change it and put it to this. And so I told them what I wanted. Then I went online and looked after I got off that phone call conversation, and it had changed. And I was like, this is really, really fishy. So I went ahead and changed it back to what it was supposed to be online, and and I checked it and verified that it was correct just before the midnight uh, hour, and it was still the same. So just be careful. You never know. Go back and check your stuff. This is why I don't vote early. I don't know what's going to happen to my votes if I don't go through and make sure that they're what they are. And I would check the night before the vote ends. Why does the VIX show no volume? Because it's not a volume traded stock. It's a futures. It's a futures. It's it's a look into the volatility of the Chicago-based options exchange, and it's a look at the next. I think it's a futures for the 30 days period out, 30-day period. So it's a futures thing. It's not an exchange. It's not a security that counts volume. Rizwan, I'm glad you're doing well, by the way, and I hope I said how are you doing. I hope I did say that. And the thesis has not changed, in my opinion. Everything still stands. Hope says, are they using Dominion? I don't believe so. Let me go to the end of the proxy. Usually at the end of the proxy, they have some information about who's doing it. Let me see here. This will take me a second to find. Hold on. Okay, so the website's called envisionreports.com. Hmm. Stockholder proposals. Oh, yeah, here it is. I think this is it. I'm just going to post this because this is something that I said that I would do for you guys. But I'm not going to link it to the top because I think that the quarterly meeting. Are you kidding me? There we go. Up at the top, pinned to the top is the proxy, or not the proxy, but the quarterly meeting link. So I'm not going to link that, but it does appear that it's DF King. Is that who I said? Did I say DF Kong or did I say King? I can't remember. But it does say DF King and Company is their proxy solicitor, and that's going to be on page 59 of the proxy, and it's the second to last paragraph. And a lot of people were getting that phone number. People were getting calls from 888-625-2588, and I know I was like very like constantly. I was getting phone calls from that number. I was going like, who the hell keeps calling me like all the time? And then I found out that I finally answered one of them, and it ended up being those guys trying to get a hold of me to put in my vote. So Peter says, Casey, how are your thoughts on proposal 2 and 3? And I mean, I haven't covered through the proxy material, and I'm hesitant to give an answer until I have. And I guess what I want to say is we shouldn't rush to make those kind of decisions until we've gone over all the data. I'm not inclined to award more shares of stock in as a bonus. I know a lot of people complained about um, board members and people on the staff of AMC selling their shares. And my answer is well, you voted for it, and that's their bonus. That's their bonus money. If you're going to vote for bonus money in shares, you can't complain. You just can't. You don't have any legitimate leg to stand on if you're going to say, yeah, let's go ahead and give them shares, and then they decide to sell them, and then you complain about it. Like that makes no sense. Like you can't sit there and complain about people wanting a bonus that you gave them. So you know the solution to that is you don't vote for more shares being given to the board. Now, if they want a bonus, in my opinion, they can get it in cash. I'll give them they get $70,000 worth of shares in their bonus, according to the bonus structure program. I say give them $70,000. You can have $70,000, but I'm not giving you shares. So personally, for me, I would vote no on that one, but I haven't gone through the material yet. The second portion to that question is EY, Ernst and Young. Um, I said last year that I wanted to vote no for them. Nobody listened to me back then. I don't like the company. I think I have my money invested in AMC, and I want whoever's doing our audits, I want them to do them accurately. And if you look at the past history, the most recent past history on Ernst and Young or EY, they don't have a good track record. And so if we're getting a 5-star company coming in to do books who's no longer a 5-star company because they've had some shady practices in how they do their auditing, and our one of our senior auditors on our board of directors happens to be a 30-year veteran of the same company, I see a conflict of interest, and I don't like it. So I think you get rid of the conflict of interest. I don't have a problem with Miss Paulus being on the board of directors, Miss Kathleen Paulus, but I have a problem with the fact that she worked for our auditor for 30 some odd years as a COO and a CFO of the company, and she's in working with them on the audits. I got problems with that. So I personally, as it stands, without looking at any of the proxy, I would say no to both. But that's just how I feel. Gary, they're not selling at this price. Yeah, not a problem, Peter. But again, I want to go through the proxy, and I've only made it through the first 22 pages. I didn't do any work this weekend on it, and I needed to, and I didn't. But I still have another month to go to get through 40 more pages here. So it's not the end of the world. I've got time. Yeah, yeah, I'm with you myself. It's not it's a no go for me. Gary says in the order book, all the rent isn't that the selling price. I'm not sure what you mean by that, by rent. I'm sure it's probably just a typo. Yes, that is correct. But those, okay, I see what you're going with there. Okay, these aren't specifically shareholders that are selling shares here. And when you're looking at these order books, guys, I don't want you to think that, oh, those are like legitimately like actual sales of people. This order book over here is algorithmic trading that's occurring by systems. These aren't people selling shares. This is just algorithmic trading being done by computer systems. So when you say like who's selling all these shares, it's not really what you think it is. It's not people. It's algorithmic trading by systems. Very few people sell their shares to the lit market. They sell them through their brokers. This is all exchanges between institutions that you're seeing on the order book. It's too complicated at this point to vote against Ernst& Young. What's what's complicated? I don't understand that. Okay. Bigham said that all the big auditors accounting firms have violations, so if we vote against the current AMC accounting firm, it would just cause more problems. Okay, so that um, that's something that we need to consider, right? So here's the question: Would it be terrible? Would it be terrible for this? This is something we actually legitimately need to debate. Would it be terrible if we actually had the company go out and find an auditing service that was different than Ernst& Young, obviously they're going to have to find somebody else, right? If they found somebody else and they came up with an accounting problem and discovered, like, perhaps millions of dollars that were inappropriately uh, accounted for in a certain way or another, what kind of impact would that have on the company? You know, those are legitimate questions. So now we're talking about, like turning a blind eye to mistakes in the books, or making sure that we understand what the full impact is of what's being reported. And so that's where I would lay it in your hands and say, what do you think is the right thing to do? Do you think it's okay to turn a blind eye to uh, auditing, or do you think that it's right as shareholders that we demand that we know exactly what our situation is money wise? Those are the kind of questions you have to ask yourself when you're voting for that. Dr. Zena says, look, I'm telling you, if we all bought one box of candy at the theaters, then AMC would be out of debt in 2 weeks because their candy's so expensive. See, that's a very good question myself. I feel like part of the reason why Ernst and Young is being used is because um, they're probably one of the more prestigious auditing groups that probably is affordable because of some of the more recent auditing failures that they've had, if that makes any sense. Guys, it's 1913. I totally lost track of time. It's time to go over the numbers. Let's take a look because I know Maggie was wanting to know how many shares on loan. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what we got going on here. Price predictions for last week. Monty coming in with the big win. There was a three-way tie going into the last day. Monty's average price of, I think it was 13.10 to 16.10, was closer to the average price than Eric or I's amount that we had predicted. And so Monty ended up taking the week. So I gave him an additional point just so you could see he was the winner for the week. Really close week. Very, very, very close week. It all came down to the last day. Short exempt volume is up by about 10,000 on Friday with 41.6 thousand shares in total. Utilization, day number 63 trading days in a row of utilization being 100%. Day over day price increase was a negative 6.33% down in price on Friday. And let's take a look at the off exchange. Actually, I just noticed a problem. Huh. Oh well. Off exchange. Normally, I would expect to see in the off exchange around like 43 or 44%, and the EDGX around 10 or 11%. So let's see where we're at right now on those. We have 47.75 in the off exchange, and CBOE EDGX is at 15%. Those numbers are definitely elevated from what we would normally see at this time in the morning. Scooting on down to Ortex data. Let's take a look at that. So Maggie, I don't know if Maggie's still listening or not, but Maggie, this would be where you would get your shares on loan and it won't change for the rest of the day. Shares on loan currently 132.92. We'll go over those numbers here in just a little bit. I'll show you what the difference was day over day. As it stands right now, so far for this morning, they've borrowed 1.81 million shares, which is actually really high. That's a lot of shares to be borrowed. It looks like That's a lot of short interest shares to be borrowed. Some of it's short interest, not all of it necessarily, but I would say a good significant portion of it is probably short interest. You might actually be able to figure out how much of it is by looking at what the estimated current short share interest of the free float was in the beginning of the morning versus what it is now. But that 1.81 million does raise the current short share interest to 19.26%. Cost to borrow is at 1.72, which is a little bit lower than normal. We'll take a deeper dive into some of the Ortex data here after I get done with some of this other information. Institutional shares, long. We had in the top right-hand corner, we had 188.174 million. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. 188.177, so slight increase from earlier this morning. Starting to get those 13Fs starting to roll in here. Taking a look at Max Pain, it is $15. And on the options, highest amount of volume for the calls currently at a $14 strike price. That's about 50 cents lower than what it was closing out last week. With 4,000 contracts, which is kind of average. That's about normal. On the put side, highest amount of volume currently at a $11.5 strike price, which is down quite a bit from what we've seen. $11.5 with 5.9 thousand contracts. A lot of short interest stacking at 11.5. I said short interest. I should have said puts. I misspoke. There is a secondary level of puts that are stacked at 14.5 with 5.6 thousand contracts. And let me move a few screens over and we'll take a look at Ortex data. Utilization, 63 days, 63 straight trading days of utilization being 100% looks like this. Here's our on loan amount decreasing day over day. From Friday's reporting, we went from 133.13 down to 132.9 million shares on loan. That's going to have an increasing effect on loan average age per day. Now, this is the indicator where I usually like to this tends to predict a price increase in the future. So we hit bottom on the 5th, count 15 trading days beyond the 5th, and that would put us at the 26th of May. Sometime before the 26th of May, we should see a price rise. And then we have, but I'm not going to necessarily call that the bottom because we need to have 2 days, 2 days where that number continues to rise. Otherwise, it could just be a temporary dip with a temporary rise and then a continued dip after that, which can be seen. There are other times that we've seen that in the past, like this one right here, where there's a big dip in this number, it stops, and then 2 days later, actually it was 3 days later, it goes up and then dips some more. So we just got to keep an eye on that. And short share interest of the free float. Basically a sideways move on this one. It was 913 on 19.13 on Thursday, and then Friday was 19.11. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are not on the top 10 list. AMC coming in at 11th with 83% buys to 17% sales. If anybody says we're selling, no, we're not. There's way more buying going on than selling. GME, 15th with 82% bias to 18% sales. Those are some massive numbers, guys. Really super massive. Trigger price for SSR today is $12.38. Shares borrowed in the last couple hours. Let's see. Just 50,000 shares. So that's 1.05 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Currently, we have 81,000 contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 834 contracts that are in the money. 18.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 29.9 that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 2.57, Dow Jones is down 1.31, and the S&P 500 is down 2.01. The market is on fire, hot lava. Don't touch the carpet. It is really super hot. 5,996 decliners to 1,547 advancers. The VIX is up 10.27, not quite to 35 yet, but it's heading there. IWM is down 2.42, Tesla is down 4.98, Amazon is down 2.2, Cinemark is down 2.67, Doge is down 5.69, Bitcoin is down 3.49, GME is down 9.2, almost 10% for GME. It's getting there. HYMC is down 9.09%, Hood is down 2.17, AMC is down 6.43. Taking a look at our inflow versus outflow, we currently have more outflow than inflow with by about a little over $1 million. $10.52 million having been traded so far. We are definitely on an increased rate here. Let's see, 53 minutes into trading. We're on pace for 77.4 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested that we would see somewhere between 30 and, did I say 30 and 50? Yeah, 30 to 50 million shares. That's actually really doable. I'm kind of hoping that we close at around like 57 million today. That's the number that I'm really kind of hoping for. I hope I'm a little low on my estimate, and that we see some supported volume in the later portion of the day today. But we'll see what happens. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. And I'm going to start with Sammy Boy with candy. The board should receive something for their hard work. I would happily vote for free popcorn supply for 1 year or pineapple pizzas. Actually, I think they get free popcorn already. In fact, I think I'll bet you at their headquarters they probably have an unlimited supply of popcorn. I'll bet you. Can you call for debt collection from 4 million shareholders? I am willing to pay. Remtax says, yep, just double checked it all from the street. 2 weeks. Something seems to be going on with Melvin Capital. Let's check it out. Okay, I've got nothing in the mainstream media. Let's see here. I'm looking for something. I'm not really seeing. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness snares 185 million in domestic debut. Hmm. Yeah, HAL 9000. You need to go research algorithmic trading that occurs on the market. A lot of it's synthetic shares that are being transferred between institutions, and you really need to do some research on that because that's basically what's going on here. There's no way that our average volume is 49.6 million shares for a 3-month average. The most that retail's buying or selling in any given day is 6 million shares in total. So a lot of this price movement that you see for the ask and bid side is all algorithmic trading between institutions. Casey, do you think the hedge funds managed to meet the supposed margin calls that occurred on Thursday? Adam, we saw Bitcoin drop like over the last 6 days like $8,000. So if there's a lot of institutional ownership in cryptocurrencies and we're seeing those tank, the chances are that they need liquidity is probably very, very high. Why don't they cover some at least? Because they can't. It's called closing, not covering. You can't close a position unless you have your price underneath what the position is. That's why there's unlimited losses on short interest. In order for them to get the price, in order for them to close a position, they have to get the price underneath the position that was opened at. And so since price is still at $12.78 and there's a lot of short interest that is open up below that, they have, in order to close the positions, they have to drop the price to below where they can get the position closed. But not only do they have to, in order to close the position, not only do they have to get the price down to that level, they also have to find shares to close the position as well. So it's not just a matter of getting price there and paying a price. It's finding the shares and locating the shares as well. So it's a double whammy. Dr. Zeno said, true story, was talking with a local brewery about a new beer they are about to release. I asked when. They said 2 weeks. Citadel reported better earnings in 2022. Hard to believe. You know what, Space Ape? Go look at the breakdown. They owe a lot of money on positions that they have not closed yet. Yeah, I didn't see anything on Melvin Capital either. Oh man, you got me myself. You got me. I don't know why that took so long to trigger, and then it took you saying, "Didn't you hear? Have you heard about Melvin Capital?" Oh no. Why didn't I? You know when the plane flies that high over my head, uh, I need more coffee. Oh man. Francis says I contacted my broker as I could. I could not buy or sell on my app. This is worrying. I can only message them. They have asked what I was trying to buy and sell. I tried to sell Tesla and it would not let me. I don't know who your broker is, Francis, but I hope it's not Robinhood because we've known for a very, very long time how crappy Robinhood is, and I think it would be a mistake, in my opinion, to be invested in anything through Robinhood. Robinhood. Steven says this transfer is killing me. Still says 6 days. I can't average down because my money is held up in the transfer. I would think, Steven, that if you had an open account that you would be able to put money into the new account that the brokerage that you're transferring to and still be able to buy. It shouldn't stop you. Somebody says, are KFC burgers any good? We can check it and see. Let me check GME real quick and see if it tripped. It says 103, 103.23 is what the price is. I do see 103.23 listed as a price on here, but it is not registered on Stonko Tracker. I would think that if it did hit 103.23 that it did trip. Stonko Tracker is not always great at reporting, but I would agree that that's probably the case. Well, they're bleeding it out of the mortgage back, so they're dumping money. What it looks like, Gary, is they're dumping money into the mortgage-backed securities and then siphoning it out and into the market. So what is it going to do to the housing market? Probably make it very, very difficult to loan. MG Toe said, baby mama asked when date night was. I said 2 weeks. Short squeeze score from Ortex. Let me check it out. 69.91. Nice. Can't they close at a loss? I don't think that they can. Well, actually I should change what I'm saying. I don't think that that's the business model. I don't think they can afford to. I think their margins are too narrow for them to be able to do that because it would cost them too much money. That's an opinion, not a fact. I think their margins are way too narrow for them to be able to do that. Because then what you're implying there is that all the synthetics that are made, that they could basically close all their positions and leave all the synthetics in place that were ever created, and never have to unravel those positions, and that's not a possibility. Rizwan says, what's the 2 week joke about? Whenever somebody asks me when are we gonna moon, the answer is 2 weeks. It comes from a movie. Good morning, Casey. What was the low or lowest price AMC came down a few months back before it spiked up again? I believe it was somewhere in the high 12s with the market. Do you feel we could see 10? The answer to your question, I can answer really quickly because I actually track this data. The answer to that before we ran up to 34.33 was $12.92 that we hit that low on 3/1, March 1st. It took us approximately 14 days for us to rise up, not trading days, but 2 weeks. It took us 2 weeks to go from $12.92 up to $34.33, which was an increase of 165.7%. But 1292 was the number. We are now officially below 1292 at 1268. We have unraveled that gains but it took us a much longer time to get down because that top of 34.33 was reached by 323, and now here we are in 5.9. So it only took us 2 weeks to go up 165%, and then to lose all those gains, it took us a much longer time to go down. But the answer to your question is could we go down more? I think at this point we're kind of in uncharted territory. We never actually had a market failure going along with any of our price movements. So some of this isn't necessarily from shorting. This is a lot of this is coming from the entire market bleeding off, and we can't help the fact that our stock price is partially attached to the ETFs. So as the ETFs fail, so does AMC. It does play an impact on AMC failing as well. So I think until those margin calls roll in, we're going to drop with the market. Narkill, good morning. Thorbladed said MOASS is today at 2 p.m. You think all those margin calls are going to roll in right now, huh? I mean, Bitcoin's still dumping pretty hard. I mean, we are buying this dip for sure. We have an 83% buy to sell ratio on orders, so we're 100% buying this dip. SSR is the red dotted line. Yes, that's correct. We'll take a look at RSI here in just a little bit, but let's take a look at it on the 5-minute. Yep, that's pretty nasty. Yep, that's nasty on the 30-minute. Okay, so we actually fell outside of the wedge on the 5-minute. So this is a day earlier than I would have expected. Which, all right, that's surprising. I really didn't expect to have us fall out of this. So I had this wedge that I created, I think, on a 30-minute interval. It's like a 4-day wedge, 3-day wedge, and it was price falling with volume increasing. That is a bearish signal, which was I kind of expected to see the breakout down happening here, but it looks like we actually broke out here about a day earlier. And we are hugging that Bollinger Band, which means we should be coming back up into the to the simple moving average, which is at $13.59. So this may be a touch off of the SSR and then a run back up. Price running down and volume price running down and volume increasing is not bullish. Jeff, you have a good day too, man. There's a couple different days of the couple different time periods of the day, Hal, that margin calls occur. I always forget the times. It's like 10. It's like market open, or maybe it's an hour before market open. 10, 2, and I think, you know what? Let me look it up. I need to just write these down. This might be, I don't know. Let's see here. The second session takes place at approximately 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time every day and is entirely dictated by sellers. These times. I don't know why I don't write them down. I really want to say that there's like 3 specific time frames. It's like just before market open, I think, or at market open, like 10 or 11, and then 2. Hmm. All right, here we go. I think this is the site. Nope, this is not it. Dang it. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? I'm gonna find this in the off time, and I'll write that down as something I need to look up, and then have like the specifics on that because I've never written it down. Just because I honestly don't really care when margin calls occur, just because I know it's gonna happen when it happens, and you'll know it. You'll know when they're happening. It'll be massive news. It'll be very, very difficult to miss, and so it doesn't really matter to me when I'm not. It's not like I'm going to sit there and look at the market and be like, oh, I wonder if margin calls are happening. It's going to be one of those things where you're looking at the market and you go like, ooh, I know what's happening right here. So it's just kind of it's one of those things where like I don't really I don't care. I don't care what time the margin calls are. I never really write it down. Whereas I think a lot of people probably want to look forward to some specific time, and in reality, what it comes down to is that it's going to happen on its own time, and it doesn't matter what time of the day margin calls really happen, because even when the margin call happens, they have a certain period of time to where they have to come up with a margin. So there is a grace period on where they can come up with margin. So you know, just because the margin call happens at 2 p.m. doesn't necessarily mean that the margin call means that there's going to be liquidations at that period of time. So it'll more than likely happen in the aftermarket hours. You'll see that's when you'll start seeing some of this stuff happen. So the whole idea of let's focus on a specific point in time of the day is kind of a dumb thing to do, honestly. It's not really. There's no specific time that you should be focusing on. I'm skipping through a lot of comments here, and I'm just going to go back to Luke Egging. I'm starting there and reading down. Luke, is it your birthday? Brian and Luke, happy birthday. Hold on a second. It's Brian and Luke's both have birthdays today? Luke and Brian. I'm writing it down. You guys are like, should I be worried you're writing that down? No. I'm just gonna when I toast today, I'm gonna say happy birthday to you guys. Let's see. Brian Carpenter. That's cool. You guys' birthdays ever fall on Mother's Day? That's gotta kind of be cool for your moms. Yeah, I want to say Alex, I think Power Hour is one of them. And there's, I do think that's one of the periods of time. That's why I said 2 p.m. I'm talking about my time, 2 p.m. So Eastern, that would be 3 p.m. Doctor says, I wonder if Roaring Kitty is ever on these chats, but under a different identity and secret. You could be chatting with him in here and not even know it. Anyone else ever? I do. I do think of that, Doctor. On many occasions, I have thought about this. Many occasions. And it's funny because I went back to DFV's videos, his original YouTube videos, and like there's some, and I'm not trying to like say anything great about myself or anything, but there's some similarities between what he does and what I do, and I had no idea. For example, one of them is he had extremely long videos, very, very long videos, and he talks about how like I don't want to edit them down because I'm too lazy. and, and quite honestly, with 9-hour videos on my part, I understand where he's coming from. I feel very much the same way. It's like, it's history. I'm kidding though. I mean, it really is history, but it's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, I'm too, because I know people want me to edit out certain stuff every single day. Like, oh, edit out the funny stuff, or, and put in just a funnies thing, and it's just like, you either lived it or you didn't. It's like I used to tell my ex-wife, I hate living my life behind legitimately, that bothers me more than anything, like having to live life behind a camcorder. And I call that a camcorder, which shows how old I am. Do they even call them cam? Does anybody even have camcorders anymore? Or do they just do everything on a phone? I don't know. Luke says last year was my wife's first Mother's Day and it was my birthday. That's messed up. My ex-wife's boyfriend called wanting to know when I was going to send the alimony check. The answer was 2 weeks. That's funny to me. That's more funny to me than you could possibly know, MG. We are at 100% utilization, Luke. 63 straight trading days of it. Remtax says I still have an old VHS cam. There's no way. Dude, that thing's got to be worth bank. That's like that thing's probably worth a good 10 shares of AMC. Brian says I have a slide projector. Does anybody have an 8 millimeter projector? An 8 millimeter projector at all? I sent a message to Dr. Zeno. I sent in regards to what you said about the MBS and theory and pumping the market. If so, what did they think? I sent a message to Bigham's. Didn't get any. I got a response out of him saying you'd take a look at it. Haven't heard back from him at all. But you know, the VIX is still heading up right now. Let's take a look at this real quick. So we got VMBS down here. Look at that. Mortgage-backed securities are still getting pumped. Still getting pumped right now, and the market's still going red. I want to put SPY down here. Let's line these all up, shall we? So the mortgage-backed securities are still being slightly pumped. I mean, they're still kind of heading up on an upwards trend, but so is the market's still in a downward slump, with the VIX still rising. We're only at 33.74 though, and the magic number is normally 35. So it looks like there's still money going into the mortgage-backed securities as it stands. Casey, did you know that YouTube put a warning on the interview with Misty? Are you serious? I did not know. There should be no reason for there to be a warning on that. That has no music or anything. That's kind of odd. What's the warning say? You know, maybe it's because I marked it as I try to mark everything like adult, just because I don't want people to. I don't know. I just don't think the kids need to be watching this kind of stuff. I don't know. So I always make sure that it's just older than 18. So if that's what you mean, that could be why. Serbika, not much. Earnings today is at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time, so an hour after market closes. Nasir says, has anybody heard of the Benford Law? I've heard of it before, but I have to look it up to see what it is. I know I've heard of it. Let's see. Hmm. I briefly read through the Benford's Law just out of curiosity. Why do you mention it? Yeah, earnings after today's close. Yeah, maybe I could probably knock down the rating on her interview. Let me see if I can fix that. I don't know if it's something I can fix or not. Post production. Let's see here. So that you. That's not it. What I gotta do. Okay. I think I might. I think I may have fixed it now. I just resaved it so that it's yes made for kids, so it's not like it doesn't have like an age setting or anything like that. I think the reason that people are having a problem is that I don't know, I tend to age appropriate, I don't like people that come in, every once in a while drop an F bomb or whatever, and I know that interview didn't have that or anything in it. It's a really safe interview and everything, and there's nothing age appropriate that would cause somebody to not want to watch that as a kid, but um I just tend to leave those. I just want people to be age appropriate, as far as watching these videos. That's all. And I don't really think like kids should. I don't think kids need to be watching these things. But you know, I just changed it so it should be fixed now. Nasir says Benford law is interesting and it uses specific digits repeated. Actually, Benford's. Now that you mention it, I think I remember a story. The Benford's law is used by some teachers, I think, to predict whether or not there's cheating that's going on inside their classes by using a standard distribution and using Benford's law, I believe. They can kind of predict to see whether or not students are not fitting the projected uh, numbers that they should be in distribution. Yeah, see, I just read what you said. That's correct. So I remember now that you jogged my memory. I totally remember hearing about that. I've never used the Benford law in practice, but I'm sure you could apply it to what's going on here and probably find something. I do, Luke. I have a Discord. I can post a link for you. And we played poker this weekend on the Discord. It was really fun. We got a group of people going and we played poker. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it every weekend, but I'm gonna alternate days. I'm gonna do Sunday this next weekend, and then Saturday. So Saturday, Sunday alternating. But let me post up just in case anybody wants the link to it. Um, it's all free. There's nothing. There's no charging. It's just a place to hang, post stuff, do whatever. Doctor says MBS theory makes a lot of sense. I'm telling you, man, I really think there's something there. I mean, I knew that they were injecting money into the market, but I couldn't figure out how. And then it dawned on me, and I was like, wait a minute. I mean, why wouldn't they just do what they did in 2008 all over again? It, it makes sense. They know it works, and they've done it in the past. Why not just do it again? So that's when I started. I think I started looking at the mortgage-backed securities. Like, wait a minute, it just got pumped when the market was dumping, and then 30 minutes later, the market it starts getting bled off, and the market starts going up, and I'm like, something's going on here. Dude, if Adam Aaron offers a dividend in the earnings, that would be crazy. I can't even imagine that. Yes, the Benford law to see if elections are fraudulent. I remember that hearing about that. Stock G13 says, will VIX get slapped down again from 35? You can almost bet on it. I mean, it's happened so many times now in the last 2 months that it's just kind of ridiculous at this point. And we're getting really, really close. It's at 34, 36 now. Extremely close. GME's already triggered SSR. We can go over here to the VIX real quick. It is time to take a look at the numbers. We can look at SPY. It keeps changing on me. I don't know what the deal is. This has got to be SPY. It's not. Why is it doing this? Keeps changing it up on me. Let's make this the VMBS. So you can see that the mortgage-backed securities are still getting pumped, right? Very slowly. When these start to bleed off, when it starts heading downwards, you're going to start seeing the VIX probably dropping. You can see the VIX is getting really close to that red line that I drew, which is kind of it's the $35 mark. And then that's the VIX will start dropping, and then you'll start seeing the SPY start heading back up in price. So that's what you're watching for. And I think that's the first injection of money comes right here. This is just, this upwards climb that you see is the money being injected into the market, into the mortgage-backed securities, and then when this starts to bleed, it'll be that being taken out and injected into like blue chip stocks and whatnot, just distributed into the market to keep it afloat. But let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on. It is 10 a.m. past 10 a.m. now. And let's see what we got going on here. What do you think that they will stop them from pumping in the money? I don't know, man. I really don't know. The big tramp, I honestly have no idea what's going to keep them from continuously pumping in money. Yeah, I don't think so, Balaclava. I just, I don't think they have control. You know, the likes of maybe some of the other larger institutions, maybe, but I can almost guarantee you that they're planning on getting rid of some of their competition. All right, let's take a look at these numbers here real quick, guys. I'm going to update Fidelity. Let's start with off exchange. Around this time of the morning, I would expect about 49% on off exchange and around 12% on the EDGX. Excuse me. 48.99. That's 0.01 away from what I would have expected on the off exchange. However, the CBOE EDGX is really high at 14.4. That's about 3.4% higher, and definitely 2% higher than the 30-day average. So a lot of price discovery being hidden into the ETFs right now. Why? Because that's where they borrow their shares from. Let's see here. Heading down to Ortex. Let's see what's going on there. 1.81 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day. That is exactly where it was an hour ago. So no change. That's going to keep the estimated current short share interest at 19.26. Cost to borrow average is at 1.74. It's kind of odd to me that this has not changed at all in an hour. That's very odd. Something funky going on here. Something's up here. It's not very often that you see no change, like zero change whatsoever. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of calls is at a $14 strike price. An hour ago there was 4,000 contracts. There's now 6.5. On the puts, highest amount of contracts currently has gone up from $11.50. Oh, I take that back. It's still at $11.50 with went from 5.9 thousand contracts to 6.4. So the market's very well balanced between $14 for calls and $11.50 for puts, giving us a spread of well, it's a little less than $3, so $2.50. So add 250 to 11.5, giving us a potential closing target of around $14 for the day, although we're $1.25 almost below that. So that's kind of interesting. It does seem like perhaps they're expecting a run up in the later portion of the day. Oh, I did not see this. Let me take back everything that I just said. I just decided to scroll up on the options. The highest amount of volume is not at $11, $11.50. It's at $10. At $10, there's 13.7 thousand contracts. There's a 2-to-1 on puts to calls. At 10. So they're signaling for closing price today somewhere around $12, not 14, or whatever price I was saying earlier. Oh, I forgot to divide the number by 2 anyways. Yeah, it's signaling for 12. Signaling for $12 close for the day today. We're at 12.81. And there's way more puts than there are calls. Let me drag a couple pages over here real quick. On Stonko Tracker and Fidelity. Fidelity is showing AMC is in the top 10 for highest most traded stocks. It has 85% buy to 15% sell ratio. We're 100% like really buying this dip big time. And this is gonna turn into price discovery 2 days from now. When these buy orders have to be settled, that's going to turn into price discovery. So you can expect fireworks probably coming in the futures. That's a lot of buying. 85% to 15%. GME is probably right behind it, like probably top 15 if I had to guess. 14th. 14th, and they have 86% buys to 14% sales. SSR triggers at $12.38. Shares borrowed in the last hour. There's about 50,000 shares. That puts us at 1.1 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Fees are still at 1%. 81,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus less than 1,000 that are in the money. 18.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 29.9 that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 3.33, Dow Jones is down 1.58, and the S&P 500 is down 2.45. We currently have a massively red stock market. Decliners, 6,156 decliners to 1,405 advancers. The market is really doing bad. 14.74 up on the VIX, down 3.23 on IWM. Tesla is down 7.08. Amazon is down 3.24. Cinemark down 5.73. Doge is down 6.64. Bitcoin is down 4.42 and $1,500 down for the day. 11.71 down on GME, 8.14 on HYMC, 5.04 on Hood, and 6.9 on AMC. We currently have more outflow than inflow by roughly $3 million. So far for the day today, we've traded 16.49 million shares. Let's see what kind of pace that puts us on. We're on pace for about 54.5 million shares traded for the day today. That's a little bit lower than I would have liked to have seen, but I think a late run up in volume in the later portion of the day today could potentially drive that back up or at least hold that value. I'd like to see us close above 57 million shares for the day today, but I predicted somewhere between 30 and 50 million, so we're definitely tracking pretty well for that prediction. On the weekly, we have a little bit of a flip here. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.07, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.16, which is almost signaling oversold. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure in the oversold RSI territory with the number signaling at 24.7, which is extremely low. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.17, which is also indicating super oversold and heading back towards a buying signal. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 38.32, which is below average. Check my phone. Okay, hold on a second. Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. I'm in the interview room. Okay, so let's see. I'll start with the layer 0. Emotionally, it is an all-time high, brothers. I get it though. Been a rough time to all. I agree. I mean, I know this is tough. It's tough to watch, but you have to understand that this is happening market wide, and that we're not just the only ones affected here. The entire market is taking a massive beating right now. And in the grand scheme of things, like we're not even doing worse than like things like Tesla. Like we've lost the same percentages as basically Tesla. Um, it is just a market wide beating. Not yet, Francis. We have not triggered SSR yet. No, the reason that the cost to borrow rates are so low is because a lot of the shares are out on on what's called my goodness, what is it called? Can't think of what it's called. Security lending, which is a short-term loan. So there's like 36 million shares that are out there on a short-term loan, which the institutions who lend the shares are expecting those to come back because they're on a short-term loan. So it reports 100% utilization because they are currently lent out, but they don't charge higher lending fees because they're currently getting higher lending fees in those short-term shares that are loaned out, that 36 million shares. So they're actually making a killing on short-term lending, but you're not seeing it in the cost to borrow for the dailies because those shares are expected to come back, and that'll cause utilization to fall.
Yo,
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
interrupting?
Huh? You're live.
Yeah. Am I interrupted now?
No, no, not at all.
Oh, all right, good. I didn't want to interrupt your stream. How is everybody?
I'm doing good. I think everybody's hanging in there. Ryan says there
Yeah.
should be margin calls today. I don't know. I mean, it depends on how tight their margins are. There's a very good chance that you might see some margin calls on some of the smaller fish in the barrel. Saint Monet's dad says VIX is getting close to 35. Let's see what happens. It is getting very close. If we see it break 40, it's going to just run. And I'm just telling you guys right now, that's when they're done. That's when they're done injecting money into the market. Once it breaks 40. If it gets past 35, I mean, it could, because if you look back at it historically on the daily, you'll see that, we've tested that 35 and broken through it just a few times. So it could break past 35, but 40 is really the magic number. Once it breaks past 40, I think they're going to let they're going to let the market go. I also heard that Biden was supposed to talk today. Or is it tomorrow? Let's see.
Really?
Yeah.
That FUD was coming out again about AMCX and Netflix again. I'm like, I don't see any news on AMC and Netflix merging. So it was that same crap from last time, I think.
Hmm. Let's see. Let's see if they've got seven, six, eight, nine. I just have a fact sheet here. I heard somewhere that Biden was going to be speaking today, but it could have been tomorrow. I'm not sure. I forget. Upcoming events. Looks like they're going to be talking. Looks like they have a nothing today. I wonder if maybe it was tomorrow. So they're doing a press. They are doing something. That Biden and Harris are talking today about affordable connectivity program, which is high-speed internet. See, Biden-Harris administration is lowering the cost of high-speed internet for millions of American families and expanding access through the bipartisan infrastructure law. I wonder if that'll help improve my internet speeds. Hey, mediocre.
Yes, sir.
I haven't told anybody anything about the poker night except for some of the big winners and stuff. But
Oh boy,
did
here
did
we go.
did you have fun?
Yeah, I
Uh,
had fun.
okay, yeah,
The hands were rather interesting, I'm
that's
going
all
to say.
that's all I wanted to know. I just want to make sure you had fun. I won't say anything else.
Now, go ahead. I don't care. It's funny.
No, no, it's okay. Okay, fine.
Did you have fun, Casey?
Both mediocre and I had several rebuys to get back in on the poker. I had six. I had six rebuys, and um, mediocre had 14.
Yeah.
Let
Hey,
me
that one hand you got me on though was pretty interesting, I gotta say.
put.
You got me good on that one. I ain't gonna lie. I
uh,
was
I have a few statistics. I think we had in total playing 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we had a total of 11 or 12 people show up, and each person got $1,000 on the buy-in. Um, and then we actually had a couple people who dropped some money because they had to leave, and they came back and it reset them back to 1,000. But when it was all said and done, at the end of the night, there was 43,123 bucks that was left on the tables, and for 12 people. So if you divide that number, let's see here, 43,123 divided by 1,000. I don't know why I should have just said 43. We had at least 43 buy-ins. And so you divide that by the 12 people that were there. That was on average there was almost 3.6 buy-ins per person. So it was a very interesting game for sure. I had fun.
Yeah, so right now I put on VMPS to see what the um, mortgage-backed securities are doing.
Yeah, another one to look at is that MBB. I think it's MBB. And that
I don't
MBB
have my
is iShares mortgage-backed securities, which is BlackRock.
MBB. Let me write that one down.
Pumpy says, can't we buy Citadel shares to slow them down too? I don't think you can do that. Slick Rick said, I think
uh,
it's tomorrow. It might be tomorrow. I know I had heard Biden was going to be talking about the economy. It might be tomorrow. I will not be
so
live. Yeah, go ahead.
BioLife says, haha, do you have any as left mediocre? Nice guy, huh? He
um,
was one of the ones at the table, people.
yeah, BioLife was there. A pair of
Sorry, I
twos
didn't mean to
all in.
interrupt you.
A pair of twos all in. I don't know that we necessarily had any of those, but we definitely had some strange all ins. That's for sure. Keto says, Casey, is there a running tab on the rebuys to adjust statistics as game progresses? Yes, there is a running tab of rebuys. Um, the problem is that I didn't record who had what money in the very end. Um, and so, you know, I had, what did I have, like over 20K in the very end?
Yeah,
As an example, I had 6 rebuys, but I had 20K by the time it was all said and done. So 20K, there's I didn't take all the numbers. I should have taken them down keto, but I think that was just kind of a first night run, kind of see how things worked out. We might keep numbers in the future. Luke says the VIX broke 35. I'm getting a delayed. I always get delayed numbers on Webull, so you probably got it before I did. Slick Rick is like 10-2 offsuit. Slick Rick is going for the you have to that's the Doyle Brunson hand right there. That's you got to go all in when it's just you and heads up. JG says why 35? So it's just if I come over to the VIX and I look at it again, I'll just kind of show you here that this is when I've seen the injections into the market. They just I don't know why arbitrarily 35 happens to be the number. But you can see once, twice, three, four, five, now a sixth time where the money injections into the market over the last couple months, um, it just kind of tends to be the magic number. But 40, typically speaking, 40 is kind of a well-known number for the VIX as an indicator that the market's going to pretty much take a dive. So I'm not sure if it's an industry standard to just kind of assume that at 35 hell's going to break loose, and that's why they inject money at that point. Maybe it becomes too uncontrollable and unvolatile after 35 for them to risk watching it run to 40.
yeah.
Big Tramp says, you guys think it will be good for AMC to merge with Netflix? Um, it depends. I mean, it could be. Yeah, actually, I do think that would be a good merger. I don't have a problem with that. It depends on who's going to have full ownership after it's all said and done, but I think that's actually a really good deal. I would love to see AMC absorb that. AMC Panda says, how many times are they going to inject it? Probably as many times as mediocre rebot.
Hold on. Whoa. I missed that. What'd you say? Hold on.
AMC Panda
Hold
says,
on
how
here.
many times are they going to inject it? And I said, maybe as many times as you rebot. 14 times.
That's no bueno.
Well, I mean, it is free money. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right? Just keep injecting it into the market. You just keep coming back and playing more. Just
So
kicking the.
BioLife Hemp says tomorrow might be too late for Biden to speak on the economy.
It might be.
Uh,
Luke says Casey sent my first DD on the VIX in Discord. Haha, be proud you're not my father. Let's see here. Yep. That is it's very interesting that what you're saying there, isn't it? My chart looks extremely
love
similar
you.
to your chart there in other kinds of ways. Um, and I'll just share just because I just kind of want to. And then I'm gonna have to take a break. But let me just show you what I've got going on here. So first off, I'm gonna take this to the weekly. And I know this looks like a bunch of crazy ass lines here, but I just want you to see a couple specific things here. First off, a lot of times you can see some kind of trend on downwards, which means the market's doing well on the VIX, and then you see a breakout beyond that trend line. Now, this breakout right here that you're seeing is the 2008 market crash. So on this trend line right here, you can see is five specific touch points: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then you see a breakout on the VIX, and you see a bunch of consolidation, and then finally it breaks past the red line and goes up. That's that $35 point, and once it breaks that and it continues on, it's gone. So then I've got a red line drawn from 2008 going across, right? And I want you to just see the touch points on this line here, and I've got this touch point and this touch point lined up here. And what you see is I would call this like a reverse speed line. Now normally speed lines are going the other direction. In this particular case, it is a speed line for the market because as price touches down on this, um, if it doesn't break through, if it breaks through the speed line, then the market's going to run. But if it doesn't break through the speed line, the opposite will happen. And so you have a touch point here and a touch point here and a slight breakthrough here. So if you use this point very similarly as I did back before the 2008 crash back here, as kind of like an indicator when this breaks out, you're going to see a run. You can see that COVID was actually based off of the VIX was kind of being, because this is the COVID breakout right here. You can see COVID was touched on 3, 4, 5 points before it broke out for COVID. So it was almost like this chart was predicting COVID in February of 2018, a year before it even was known about. Anyways, you've got this reverse speed line down here, and again, you have another breakout, again happening right now. That's a breaking above this line right here. I don't know why I drew this back. So, I was looking for another touch point. There's a touch point right here on the front side, but I've got 1, 2, 3 touch points and then the breakthrough. So you're seeing the reverse speed line that we've touched off of after we broke through this line here, and it was traveling up this wedge. I've got the wedge kind of built out on some of these other ones here, so you can see where it's going to break out. What appears to be a false breakout of the wedge, touching down on the speed line and breaking back up. We're coming to the point to where if we stay within this wedge and we get to this 35 number right here, and I always leave out just the tip, and I draw in my little box like I normally do, one could suggest that the breakout's going to happen there. So we're looking at like 1, 2, maybe 3 weeks, 2 weeks, but
2
that's
weeks.
2 weeks. But I was saying 2 weeks a while
With,
ago, so
with
but it
that said, I'll be back. I'm gonna eat my lunch.
all right, sounds good. But that's kind of what I'm looking at, and I think this is kind of a good indicator to be looking at. This wedge was built off the top side, 4 top touch points here. We've got 2 touch points on the bottom side of it. Um, but yeah, I really tend to think that this is a good indicator as to when you're looking at a possible market crash coming. And I do think that that's one of the things that we're looking for. This is not the market kitchen sink. You won't have to ask the question, Trent. I promise. When you see the market, when the kitchen sink is thrown at you, you won't guess. You'll know. And when it does get thrown at you, don't flinch. Super Steven says, at this rate, I don't know if I'll be in time in selling my house in June. This market is so bearish. It's kind of crazy. Can you page me when it breaks out? Um, I could probably set up some kind of like paging system through the Discord, like an automatic bot that I'd have to look into that. We'll see if we can do something like that. It has been a hot minute since they've tripped SSR, Brian, and I honestly couldn't tell you. It's been a while. I've been tracking it, but I haven't been tracking it recently, and it's been a long, long time. Congratulations on the buy, Michael. Haze Monster says if Gensler lets the corrupt hedgies win, what are we as retail investors prepared to do about it? Seriously, I don't like. I'm not gonna talk about that. We'll get there when we get there. Yeah, I think there's a reason for that, Luke. When SSR is tripped, the ability to be able to um, create synthetic shares becomes legal. A situation occurs that becomes legal for them to create synthetics. So, and I think there's specific institutions that don't want that to happen, that are keeping it from happening. That is a great question, Super Steven. I have no idea. I I wasn't renting in 2008, and I have no idea what renting looked like. I didn't rent back in 2008, so I have no idea. I wasn't even in the market of looking at renting. Actually, I was in the market of renting a house, and the renting for homes was actually pretty high. So um, I don't think anything fell on the renting of homes. I was actually thinking about doing the Section 8 thing back in 2008. Actually 2010, because at that time you could buy, maybe like $125,000 house for maybe like 30,000. And I was thinking about buying 2 or 3 of those and turning them into Section 8 homes because you were basically, you knew you would make your rent, and even if the house burned down to the ground, you would still get paid. So it was kind of one of those things where I was like, hey, that sounds like a really good deal. We're starting to see a little bit of an uptick and a little bit more volatility, which means volume is starting to pick up here just a little bit. And I guess what I want to say about that is that we might be seeing the VMBS start dropping now. Yep, look at that. Wouldn't you know it? There it is. Mortgage-backed securities starting to drop. Who would have guessed? Who in a million years would have thought that the mortgage-backed securities would start running, and then as soon as it starts dropping, that the market starts turning around? Guess that money's finding its way back into the market. Bet you that VIX is going to come back down. Oh, maybe it's taking a turn again. Myself says you don't have running water in a van, but you can park it by a river or the ocean. I should be going to break, but I think I'm going to go to break at 11:20 instead. And I might take just a little bit longer break than normal. I'm going to help my mom get her information turned in to AMC, hopefully, uh, as a candidate for the board of directors. So we'll get that taken care of. I'm going to give her just a little bit longer here. She's finalizing everything and sending it over to me, so we can get her submitted today. They just added 650,000 shares available to borrow 15 minutes ago. Mortgage-backed securities popped 5 cents. Might not seem a lot, but when talking billions, 5 cents and millions, yeah. Well, we can try, myself, and I know what you mean by that. I mean, I know, I sense the sarcasm, and it's an attempt. At the very least, it's an attempt. And I'd rather try to do something than nothing. Even if it wasn't sarcasm, even if it wasn't sarcasm, I'm still, I still, would rather us try to do something than nothing. Yeah, Jana, I'm working to Froggy. I told her that Froggy and Mediocre do their live stream like an hour before market close. I don't know if it's going to be okay for her to go on just impromptu on there or not with those guys, but I think I told her to be ready to be able to go on to talk with them. So we'll see if that happens. If she does do that, I might. No, I'm not gonna live stream it here. I'm gonna ask that you guys go watch it over on Froggy's channel or Mediocre's channel. Um, it's not. I'm not gonna steal content, but I will go back and watch it later just to see. ABC says any predictions on earnings? I don't really have any predictions on earnings. I know Adam Aaron had suggested that we would have a weaker first quarter, but once we got past this first quarter, that it would be uh, smooth sailing. Now he also has tweeted smooth sailing before, so I don't know if that's I don't know. I don't know, man. We take it as we get it. I don't have any predictions. I wish I could predict something, but I have no idea. Congratulations, Need for Speed, on the 120 shares. You guys, be careful. I mean, I think it's, if you want to say what you're doing and all that kind of stuff, that's cool. I don't have a problem with it. It's just, I don't know. You don't have to tell if you don't want to. It's not, you don't need to say anything if you don't want to. I know it's cool to have people recognize that shares are being purchased, which is cool, but I worry about you guys. I know myself says I'm hoping for some new hot news from Adam Aaron. Some steamy news. A partnership with Twitter so you can read your tweets on the big silver screen. Please don't go there, Needs for Speed. Remember golden rule number one. Don't break golden rule number one. Mike's got the Zacks consensus on estimates. The EPS. Or is it maybe it's ESP. ESP? Earned share prediction. And Remtax says also to add to it, no farting while trading. The results for the voting come out the day of the meeting. And the day of the meeting is going to be, that is not it. I gotta pull that over to the side. Let's see, the day of the meeting is June 16th, 2022 at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Well, that's it, myself. Go flog yourself. Well, see, now we know. Now we know. Now we know why we've been going down this whole time. Myself and Samuel, um, you're the ones. You've you secretly been sabotaging us this entire time. If only you knew. If you had known that, we wouldn't have been going down this entire time. You guys should. Y Once we fix this, we're gonna start moving. Oh my gosh, that sounds terrible, BioLife. Speaking of terrible, how's that hangover coming? Did you have any hangover the next day? BioLife and well, I'm not gonna, BioLife was hitting the sauce pretty good Saturday night. Yeah, it's gonna start coming down. We got a nice little run going on here. Volatility is up. What do we have per minute on these shares? We have over 60K, which is good. Usually they like to get volume under 60K, and right now we're just around like 80 to 90,000 shares a minute. They don't usually pro jeweler. I would agree. So I would say that the money infusion has occurred. You can see that the VIX is starting to drop back down. You can see that the stock prices are starting to run back up. I would say that there's been some kind of infusion into the market of money. Um, how long it's going to last for? The time between failures is getting smaller and smaller. Um, the last injection of money was Friday morning. It's 24 hours. We're down to 24 hours between failures. We could start seeing another failure by the end of the day today. MTBF, mean time between failures. The smaller that number gets, the worse. I don't know for those of you who worked in industries where you talk about mean time between failures, but when those numbers get low, that's not a good thing. Got about 3 more minutes, guys, and I'll do a rundown on the numbers, and then I'm going to take a break, and might be a little bit longer than an hour, or not an hour, but 40 minutes. In fact, I'll probably just leave earlier and then try to come back on time. Samuel, am I saying your name right when I say Samuel? If I am, please just let me know. But Samuel says, I want my 2 front teeth for Christmas, and it does feel like we got our teeth kicked in a little bit, doesn't it? It's all right, though. PayPal, is PayPal starting to head up? Yep, same thing. All right, cutie cut. No trading. How about I just call you Sam? I know there's another Sam in here, but I'm just gonna. I think I'm gonna stick to Sam. What will happen to our shares once the market crashes? Nothing. Your shares are still good. Well, I could call Sam a abbreviated version, but I thought STD might not be good. STD. Oh, so I think Sam's probably a little bit better. Remtac, only you and I are the only two that were laughing at that. just just us sick and twisted minds. Gary says, my wife wants to know when she gets her diamond ring. How does that song go? Tell her when she starts calling you Papa. Ah, it's Cuddy Cut. I was calling you Cutie Cut for such cute. See, you're so cutie. Oh man, you're probably cringing every time I called you cutie. It's Cuddy Cut. But I like Cutie Cut so much better though. This is why nobody ever has me read people's names at an event ever. Just saying. Dog says, I like it when you call me Big Papa. I can only imagine. Cuddy cut. All right, I got it down now though. Sam wants to be called STD. Okay, STD it is. I don't try to be offensive, guys. It's natural. It really just it kind of comes natural. It sounds offensive, but I'm really not trying to be offensive. I have this really bad habit of being able to stick my foot in my mouth really easily. Like I mean not literally, but I really have a way of just stepping in it. Um, like when I was younger and not smart to the world, and then asking the lady when she was due, or or um, and genuinely just trying to be kind and not even thinking about the idea that maybe she's not pregnant. And it just I was young and stupid, and so I just say what the first thing that came to my mind, and trying to be polite and make conversation. And Um, it was not meant to be an asshole, but that's how it came out. I learned as time went on how to avoid some of those situations, but it took time. I'm telling you, yes, I've legitimately done that before when I was very young. Cuddy Cut says it's called Asperger's syndrome. I wish I could blame it on that. I really do. I really wish they could blame it on that. It's just more, it was just more me just trying to just be nice and make conversation and not really thinking about the words that I was saying before I said them. That's really what it just comes down to. Yeah, I say it wrong. I know I say it wrong. You guys are causing me to step into more holes here. All right, I'm just gonna start reading numbers. Do you see why I became a numbers person? Do you see now that, like, hopefully this should be painfully clear to you guys why I like numbers so much. Words have failed me so much in my lifetime that I just rather see numbers. Let's avoid the words. They're painful. So moving on to numbers before you guys really get me going here. Oh man, I just need to stop talking. Taking you guys over to the other screen here. Hold on a second. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago it was 48.99 and 14.4 for the EDGX. I would expect the off exchange to be around like 50, 51. I'd say 51 right now. And then EDGX to be around like 12, 12 and a half. I would expect them to be really close to around with a 30-day average by this time in the morning. So let's give that a refresh and see where we're at. 49.52 on the off exchange and 14.31 on the EDGX. What did those numbers come out to? 63%? Okay, yeah. So if you add up the off exchange and the CBOE EDGX, that comes out to 63.8%. And if you add up the 30-day average on those two, 63.8%. So yeah, the really close numbers to what we would normally see in an average day. It's just a little bit more of it's being weighted into the ETFs than the off exchange, or routed, I should say. Routed, righted, wrong. Updating Vortex. An hour ago, there was 1.81 million shares having been borrowed. It's now down to 1.74, which is going to have a decreasing effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float at 19.25 currently. Cost to borrow is sitting at 1.74, and it hasn't changed much since earlier. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume currently at a $14 strike price. An hour ago, there were 6.5 thousand contracts. There's now a total of 8,000 contracts at a $14 strike price. And then for the puts at a $10 strike price, there was 13.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 14.3. So there was basically a 2-to-1 ratio earlier. It's a little less than 2-to-1 now in volume. Let's take a look at the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are no longer in the top, or AMC is no longer in the top 10 list. We're probably like 11th now. Oh, we slipped to 12th. We went from 10th to 12th in the last hour. We have a 85% buy to 15% sell ratio. I mean, I don't even ever think that I've ever seen a 90 to 10. I mean, not anytime recently. But that's high. That's really, really high. GME's in 13th position, right behind us with an 89% buy to 11% sell ratio. I mean, I can't even imagine getting any higher than that. It's kind of crazy. We're definitely not selling this dip. SSR triggers at $12.38. We did not trigger it yet for the day today. Shares having been returned is an astronomical amount through the available amount of shares being returned. That would probably be short interest that's probably closed out and then been returned back in. That's what I would expect where those are coming from. You're going like, wait a minute, where did all these shares start coming from? Well, the short interest probably closed their positions and it's starting to show back up in the available amounts. As far as it looks like there's another 50,000 shares borrowed in the last hour out of the ETFs. That's going to put us at 1.15 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. Fees are still at 1%. 80.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 1.2 that are in the money. 20.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 27.4 that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 2.75, Dow Jones is down 1.26, and the S&P 500 is down 2%. The market is on fire, red hot lava carpet, don't step on it. 6,011 decliners to 1,581 advancers. The VIX is up 13.48%, but falling. IWM is down 2.39, Tesla is down 5.16, Amazon is down 2.24, Cinemark down 3.66, Doge is down 8.38, Bitcoin is down 4.75, and it looks like it's falling more. GME is down 9.25, HYMC is down 6.82, and Hood is down 2.22. AMC is down 4.07%. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, there's $3 million more in outflow than inflow, with 20.96 million shares having been traded for the day so far. We're doing really good on our volume. Let's just see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 50.7 million shares traded for the day today. I wanted to see 57 million. There's no reason why we couldn't have like a late run up in volume in the later portion of today, but we'll see if that's the case. On the weekly, oh, by the way, in the pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 30 and 50 million shares traded. We're definitely heading in the right directions for that number. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. On the weekly interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 36.5, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.19, which is extremely low. On a 1 hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.1, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.12, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.27, which is almost above average. The sweet zone is between 30 and 70. Anything higher than 70 is too much, is overbought. Anything under 30 is oversold. And with that, let's get rid of our Bollinger Bands for just a minute here and just take a look at what we've done so far this morning in trading. Hold on a second, let me pull back to the 30-minute interval here. So we did have a breakout going down, but notice that it didn't quite make it all the way out. So I think we're still in this wedge pattern. I think it was like a temporary breakdown. These patterns are getting very similar. All right, and with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. What do you, myself says, what do you, what do you put between a butt burger? Pro jeweler saying me. Yeah, I avoided it. The raw fish king, I avoided it like the plague. I was considering doing it, and then I was like, nah, not for me. I decided to avoid the whole slumlord. No offense, but the slum. I mean, that's really what it kind of. That's what I kind of felt like, when I was looking into the places I was buying. Um, Legit. So I'll tell you a quick story before I go. I was looking for homes to buy in Arizona at the bottom of the market. So I was looking at like $30,000 home, 30,000 or less dollar homes in Phoenix, Arizona. Normally they would have sold probably for about 125, but because the market was so distressed and those homes were just trashed, they were selling for about 30 or less. The banks were just trying to get rid of them, and they were all foreclosures. But the worst part about it was is they looked like they were hoarding homes. So when you walked into them, it was a hoarding house, and there was just stuff everywhere. And you'd walk in, and there'd be like trails that you'd walk through in the house on the carpet, like a path that you could walk through, because there was just junk everywhere else, and you couldn't do anything. So you could buy the house, then you'd have to gut the house, and then you'd have to fix it up, make it look good again, maybe spend $10,000-$20,000 on it, to repair it and get it to the shape to where you can put somebody into it, and then it's still not even in that great of a neighborhood. And so I just kind of felt like, it was just kind of a rotten deal and everything, and it just didn't seem right. But the worst part about it was I took my son with us. He wasn't in school yet. I think he might have been four. He might have been. I think he might have been 4 years old. So he's like pre-K, right? And we took him to one of those homes. And legitimately, we probably should have been wearing masks when we went through those places, but um, we took him into one of the homes because we told him we're going to go check out homes that we're going to buy, and he thought we were going to buy the house to move into from our house, and because I guess we didn't explain to him that it wasn't, that it wasn't going to be where we were moving to, but he started crying. Uh, we walked through the house and we came out. We asked him what he thought or something. He started crying. He legitimately thought we were moving into the house, and I felt so bad. I was like, it tore my heart. It tore my heart, man. Ugh, it was terrible. Seeing your kid cry about the house, somebody probably legitimately was living in. It breaks your heart. But yeah, I just was like, yeah, I don't think I want to do this whole Section 8 stuff. Just seems like it's kind of ridiculous, and so I avoided it. MCon says, dumb question maybe, but why are we gaining? I think there was an infusion into the market of some more cash again, MCon. And I think we're starting to head. I think we're going to see a lot of the stocks starting to head the other direction. You can probably go across the board and look at them. Let's see here. One second. Let me take off the Bollinger Bands, and we'll take a look, and you'll probably see a very similar pattern on many of the stocks. Right. So here's AMC. Here's Hood. Here's HYMC. Here's GME. Here's Cinemark. Here's Amazon. Here's Tesla. Here's IWM. Do you see where I'm going with this? This is market manipulation at its finest. When the market's having a problem across the board, it doesn't matter what stock you look at. There's going to be very few that you're going to find that look much different. This is a controlled event. Is what this is. It doesn't matter what you look at. You go look at them. It's a controlled event. This is not a fair market, sir. And I didn't even checked these yet, but I could tell you what it was going to look like before I even looked. Because this is a very manipulated market, sir. Something like that, Jabibs. Something like that. I mean, I can't prove it, but I can tell you don't look right. Something stinky. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take a break, and normally I would be back by 12. After like 40 minutes. I'm gonna work really hard to make sure that we finish the project of getting my mom submitted into the board of directors, submitting her to AMC so that she can be so they can start that process of deciding whether that's going to be something that's going to happen or not. But so you guys might see me working on the computer a little bit or something. If you do, I'll still probably be around, but I'm gonna be trying to do some stuff in the background. I'm gonna put the Bollinger Bands back up in here. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you in a little bit. Holy moly. This is it, guys. That is an absolute tanking. Wow. Wow. That is insane. I mean, it seems like they literally just injected money into the market. We gotta check out VMBS. They injected money into the market. Uh, they started siphoning money out of the mortgage-backed securities, and almost instantaneously had to start putting more money into it. It's still heading up. It wasn't enough money. Wow. I'm at a loss for words. This is like one of those historical moments when you see a tsunami coming. I don't even know what to say. I guess I should just run through the numbers. That's insane. We're nearing the point to where we only have like less. We're almost down to less than 1,000 companies, a thousand securities that are above water for the day today. This will make the news. This will definitely make the news. People are going to start talking about this around the around the water coolers. I know BioLife. It's weird to think about the moment when you look at the market and you see what's happening. It's just it's weird. It's chilling. I've been saying it for a while now, but it's here. It's definitely there's something is definitely going on here. They're bleeding the Bitcoin down like crazy. I guess let's run through our numbers. We got to take a look at what's going on here. That's insane. All right, let's give it a go. Wow. I'm both excited and scared at the same time. I don't. It's very surreal. It's a surreal moment. All right, I'm logging back into Fidelity. Two-factor authentication, guys. Make sure you guys have that set up. If you don't have that set up, please make sure you get that set up. It's not a bad thing. Protect yourself while you can. Let's take a look at the numbers. In the off exchange, 49.52%. I would just expect to see, somewhere close to our 30-day average, right? We're kind of at that point of the day where you should expect to see somewhere around, maybe 51% in the off exchange and 12.5% in the EDGX. Let's see where we're at. 49.83 in the off exchange and 14.04. You add those numbers up together and you get 63.87, which is like 1.5%. Let's see, 63.567. That's just slightly higher than our 30-day average, just slightly. Shares having been borrowed for the day. It was 1.74 an hour ago. It's now 1.85. It's going to have a slight change to the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 19.26. Cost to borrow is still the same at 1.74. At a $15 strike price. Everybody's loading up in the options now. That's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Bunch of cow patty steppers. We got a bunch of stomping cow patty people. The options are starting to load up on the call side. Highest amount of volume currently at a $15 strike price, which is $1 higher than it was an hour ago. So there was 8,000 contracts at 14. Now at 15, there's 9,000 contracts. On the puts, the highest amount of puts are at a $10 strike with 14.3 thousand contracts, which is now 15.2. Signaling for a potential close around 1250 for the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC slipped to 12th an hour ago. It's now in 13th. We have 84% buys to 16% sales. GME is slipped up, not slipped. GME has shoved its way into 11th position with 90% buys to 10% sales. Wow. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Looks like they've borrowed twice. 200K each, so it's 400,000 shares there. And out of the ETFs, they borrowed. That's it. So 200,000 shares having been borrowed in the last hour. That puts us at 1.35 million shares borrowed for the day today. There's definitely more activity going on right now. 81,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls. Just under 1,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 18.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 29.9, which are in the money. The Nasdaq is down 3.47, Dow Jones is down 1.58, and the S&P 500 is down 2.54. We have 6,311 decliners to 1,289 advancers. The floor is not even hot lava right now. It's starting to turn into the sun. It's not a hot lava carpet that you can't touch. It's now stay in the shadows because the sunlight's going to burn your skin off. The VIX is up 13.98%. IWM is down 3.74. Tesla is down 6.98. Amazon is down 3.83. Cinemark is down 5.73. Doge is down 10.56. It looks like Bitcoin's making a little bit of recovery, down 6.7%. GME is down 12.64. HYMC is down 11.36. Hood is down 4%, and AMC is down 6.29. Currently, there is $9 million more in outflow than inflow, and the volume is 25.59 million shares having been traded. Volume is kind of dipped off here towards the later portion of the day. Let's see what kind of pace that puts us on. Puts us on a pace for about 43.5 million shares traded for the day-to-day. I suggested earlier in pre-market that it would be somewhere between 30 and 50 million. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure on the Vortex indicator, and RSI is at 36.16, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.44, which is almost signaling oversold. At 30, anything under 30 is oversold. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.54. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.32. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.05, which is below average. I can read what you guys are saying again now. ABC says this is what history is making. It looks like. I'm of the opinion that they're dropping to 10-ish and then start covering. Remtax says, I'll take the blame. Just give me my money and my time to myself and family and friends and those in need. So speaking of blame, somebody may have linked it in here. I'm not sure or not, but somebody did send me a message earlier of the blame game starting to be pointed at us for this, and I'm going to play that for you guys to see. In just a second, I'm going to read through the rest of the. I think Michael might have sent it to me, but I think we are the only shareholder that is not scared. It's got my blood pressure up though, Michael. I ain't gonna lie, man. I mean, I'm not afraid of what's happening here because I've expected this for so long, but to see it actually happening, not gonna lie, man, my blood pressure is up. It's like, holy crap, this is insane. You don't. I've never been able to report on something like this. Space Safe says you're either you're dirt poor or filthy rich. The middle class always gets screwed. Myself says Michael. Oh, he's talking to Michael. We have time. Dan says, when will the dip buying show up? It's already there. It's already there, Dan. We're like nearly 90% buying to selling. It's insane. Margin call still doesn't mean anything. They just got to add more money to their stocks. Not really. Myself, when as far as does RSI matter when the market is crashing, though pretty sure everything will be oversold. Absolutely, you're 100% right on that. Doctor says if it bleeds, we can kill it. and there's no question mark. I know, Dan. I know this is like really, it's intense. It's very intense. Yeah, I'm with Remtech. It's like this weird, it's this weird feeling of eeriness and excitement and just everything, like all the emotions just kind of tied up into one. All right, so I want to show you this video um, because uh, because I do. But the narrative is starting. Um, I don't want to give away Michael's information. He linked it from Reddit, so thank you for showing this to me, Michael. He found it on Reddit. Looks like our AMC stock, nice place to go for information. By the way, Michael, if you're listening, um, that is by far my favorite source of subs on Reddit to go to for information. Steer clear of some of the other ones. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. This is posted by Alva Alva 470A. So credit to that person for posting this, but I'll just take the information off here and play it. Of course, she's not coming through. One second.
Marine traders who bought the AMCs and the Pelotons and the GameStops, they haven't sold out yet. So a lot of folks are saying these guys lost a lot of money. Many of them are still in the market. Some of them really don't know what they're doing because they're novice amateur traders who started when they were bored and they don't really know much about stocks. We can't figure out when the real bottom of the overall market is that our 401ks are invested in because the meme guys are still there. They don't know when to exit. Maybe they won't. Wow. So it's creating this broader problem in many ways. Very.
Sure. It's creating a broader problem. We're responsible for the reason why it's creating this problem. I just want to play one more thing over here because I want to touch on one specific thing. This is somebody who gives financial advice to people. And I want to point out one very important thing that she says here.
The meme traders who bought the AMCs and the Pelotons and the GameStops, they haven't sold out yet. So a lot of folks are saying these guys lost a lot of money. Many of them are still.
We haven't sold out yet, and there's people that are saying we've lost a lot of money. We haven't lost anything yet. You don't lose money until you sell, Mrs. Big Eyes. Look, I just happened to pause it when she was like giving like the best face ever. Miss Big Eyes, we haven't lost shit. We haven't sold. We don't lose. We lose when we sell.
In the market, some of them really don't know what they're doing because they're novice amateur traders who started when they were bored and they don't really know much about stocks. We can't figure out when the real bottom of the overall market is that our 401ks are invested in.
We can't figure out where the bottom's at because our money's at risk because other people who have their money invested are doing something that is losing the money. That's what she's saying essentially. I mean, she sounds like a real fool to me. But this is the narrative that they're going to start preaching.
Because the meme guys are still there. They don't know when to exit. Maybe they won't. Wow.
Maybe they won't exit. Maybe somebody needs to pay us. Maybe. Maybe she should inform herself as to what's going on. Just saying. Miss Big Eyes. You know, those are the kind of eyes. Those are the kind of eyes that you only want to see when they're kind, because you know what they look like when they're evil. You know what kind of face she gives. You know exactly what kind of face she gives when she's angry. And those aren't the eyes you ever want to see. Just saying. I've seen those eyes before somewhere. I have. Once upon a time. Let's see. Haze Monster's like, see you, big eye lady. You guys are funny. I love how they're insinuating that their 401ks are losing money because we're holding our position. I think that's the best part. We would be fine if those guys just weren't investing. Our 401ks would be okay if these people would be investing their money the correct way, and nobody would have to worry about anything. The system's not broken. Uh, I don't think you know accounting. Yeah, exactly. Jack is like, WTF? Just because I hold, they cannot make their own trading decisions. It's insanity. It's absolute insanity to like to have that position, to hold the position that like the entire market is being held hostage from being able to make money because we're doing what we're doing. If there isn't, because in a roundabout way, what she's saying is what we're doing is the right thing, right? Because if this has this much of an impact on the entire market, if the entire market is hinging upon us deciding to hold our position in these stocks, then we're doing something right, not wrong. Because the whole market shouldn't be impacted by people deciding to hold one share or two shares or 20 shares, or not shares, but 20 stocks, different companies, 20 different companies, 30, 40, 50, 100. If we held 100 different companies in stocks, that shouldn't make any difference whatsoever in the entire grand scheme of the entire market. But what we're doing is we're bringing forth and showing the entire world what is happening in these markets. So, I mean, it's insane. They don't know how to function in an exposed market. That's absolutely 100% correct, Dan. The insanity isn't in us. The insanity doesn't lie in what it is that we're doing. The insanity lies in what's happening inside the market and everybody turning a blind eye to it. Do you know why she's desperate, AMC Wild? Because she can't find a win. There's no wins in the market for her right now. She's you're watching an animal die. That's what you're watching. And you're gonna see it's gonna get worse. It's you absolutely, oh boy, you wait till you see Kramer. You wait till Kramer gets on TV. I don't know when his show starts up, but man, you wait till he starts talking today. He's gonna go nuts. Alex says, "Hey Casey, is Jimmy a better deal since the float is smaller? Is the float size relevant?" The float size is relevant, but the problem is that GME already went through their squeeze phase, and it got a lot of sellers, and so they kind of started back over from scratch. It does make a difference, but in the end game, that's a decision. I know what you're trying to ask is, should I buy AMC or GME, and that's going to be a decision you're going to have to make. It's your money, your choice. When things start to squeeze, it's going to be, a lot of them. I'll put it to you like this: it's going to take a whole lot more sellers for AMC to turn back around than it will take for GME. Because although all the while a squeeze play can be started faster, it can also end quicker. Have you guys heard about Melvin? Works just came in. He said an animal. I'm serious. That's what you wait. You wait, Cole, and watch. Mark my words, Cole. You're going to see industry professionals doing saying some of the most craziest stuff you've ever heard. Professionals saying things that you won't even imagine coming out of their mouths. It's nuts. Savvy says we should watch Kramer together. I wish I could stream it, but I've heard people have gotten their shows taken down for that, and but I don't even have access to. I think it's Fox News because I'd have to pay for it, so I don't have access. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to. Jay says I pulled 98% of my 401k out of the market and placed into cash account back in February. Wasn't going to watch my money fall like it's doing now. Once this is done, I will transfer back in. Jay, you are so many steps ahead of everybody else. It's not even funny. Um, that foresight will probably come in handy in the future. Where the heck did my red line go? Oh, there it is. Dan says, afterward, I think we should meet up in front of the fountain in Vegas, not say anything to each other, and just walk away one by one, like in Ocean's 11. 4.1 million people show up right in front of Ocean's 11, one walking away at a time. That's going to be a lot of people. Just saying. Myself says, Casey, there's a YouTube viewer on Discord. The place in the place the poker game is where you can watch YouTube with everyone in the room. Are you telling me it's there? Like, did you set it up? Is that what you're saying? Or are you telling me to set it up? Yeah. Tony even responded to that one. Said, screw that lady and her narrative. There is no rule to selling if you are a long-term investor. She ain't selling her 401k either. That's no joke. I mean, it's insane. We could do something like that myself, but I just can't stream it. Kramer's CNBC. See, I don't even know where. That it's funny you should say that, Jack. Like, Jack, that's one of the legitimate things that I had said in the past where, like, I was talking about, we all go through our cycles of trading and whatnot. There's probably a certain point in history where every single, or a lot of us old people who've been trading for a long time thought Kramer was smart. and that by listening to him that you might actually learn something. Um, I mean, we may have learned some things, but we learned not to follow his advice. That's for sure. When you click on the rocket, it is there when you click on the rocket. I have no idea what you're talking about. Haze Monster says, who else worked here for AMC? I did in 1990 work concessions and clean theaters as an usher. Oh, I think you meant usher, but you put user. Okay, there it is, usher. I see it next. Hayden says, I'm watching CNBC in our lounge in Atlanta Airport. Watching these monkeys with red all over the market makes me not want to go to work. Pure comedy in their facial expressions. Oh, man. It really makes me want to watch right now. Give it time, Thor Bladed. Give it time. Don't hold any time expectations. Don't worry about it, Jack. I think there was a time where every single one of us watched Kramer and thought that he was the shit. It's kind of one of those things that it's one of those rites of passage as a true stock trader. It's like we can all sit there and laugh and be like, you remember when we used to think Jim Cramer was smart and gave good advice, and then we can all laugh about it and it's a rite of passage. It's kind of like that you're the new guy on the block and everybody tells you to put the funnel in your pants and make the quarter on your forehead fall into the funnel. And when you look up and they put the quarter on your forehead, then somebody pours a glass of water down your front side. It's that rite of passage. Everybody's got to get that water down their pants. The Big Tramp says I might have to call Vanguard if see if they have anything to put my money into that's reverse of the market. I would say the VIX, but the problem is legitimately like every single time it hits 35, they start bailing it out, and I don't even want to go there. I just don't even want to go there. Another thing too that we were kind of looking at, and I'm not trying to pump anything at all, but one of the things we were kind of looking at was the CBOE 10-year Treasury yield index seemed to be rising as well, inverse to the market. So you got to inverse head and shoulders. We were kind of thinking that there's a possibility it might head up to as high as I think it was like 40-ish, 40. But I don't know. I mean, it's just there's just gonna be nastiness everywhere. AMC is not a bad bet. Oh, that rocket icon. Oh, but okay, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about in there, but who? we still have to. I mean, somebody's going to be streaming it, and that's just me restreaming somebody's stream, and it doesn't work out for me. Bitcoin's starting to recover a little bit. It was worse before. If you were looking at it, if you're just now looking at it, Savvy, it was up to 8% down earlier. Casey, did you make a Peloton voodoo doll because it's dropping? No, I did not. Oh, I got Baba Booey following me now. I don't know if this is the real Baba Booey, but if it is, that's cool. It can't be the real Baba Booey. This is the real freaking Baba Booey. Uh, I gotta talk to him. It'd be funny just to talk to him. I used to be a big fan of Howard Stern. It was a phase in my life. This is back when before he went to XM Radio, or was it Sirius? I can't remember which one he went to. He went to one of the two, and that was back in the day when I was driving my old 1996 Toyota Tacoma, and I couldn't get XM or satellite radio unless I decided to upgrade my radio. There's no way I was doing that in my old tank. so so I was like, screw it, I'm never listening to him again, and I got angry. Casey, do you think Bitcoin is the hedge's piggy bank? I do. I've been saying that for a long time. I really do think it's their piggy bank. Actually, the way I like to refer to it is it's the Old West. It's the Wild Wild West, and essentially it's a storage place for a lot of people in the Wild Wild West to store their money. And what the hedges do is they come over there and they pump it up with some of their own money, and then they just rug pull it. And they just pull the rug right out from underneath everybody. And then people start putting more money into their banks, and then every once in a while you get a new one that pops up, and I like to think of the old west, the old timers. They kind of walk, they're sitting at their campfire going, I heard about this Dogecoin. I think it's a new town. There's no sheriff over there yet. We're gonna rob Dogecoin today. they just then they go over and they just rob them. They rob these banks left and right. And it's really easy to actually see it happening. Yeah, I don't I'm not a big fan of. I mean, I just liked. You know what Howard Stern was like. Howard Stern was like watching Lou. You a train wreck. You never knew what he was going to say next, and it was just like you couldn't help yourself. You kept going back for more because it was entertaining, and and he interviewed cool people. And I actually, honestly, um, and I'm forgetting her name now off the top of my head. Um, Robin. I don't know why I couldn't think of it forever. Robin, I think she's so funny. She's the she's so sweet and nice, and he's salty and uh, not nice, and it just makes me like her that much more when you see like a solid person like her backing a guy up like him. Um, it's like salt and candy, literally. It's like a Reese's peanut butter cup, sugar and salt. They're the perfect combination. Yeah, not me, Nosa. You know I'm not doing it. Otherwise, I'd be over here. Not me. No, sir. Corey Feldman and Howard Stern in 1992. I can only imagine. Oh, wait. Brian says I like Don Imus better. I'm trying to think of was he the guy that was always hating on ladies? Was Don Imus the guy that was always like hating on ladies and stuff all the time? I can't remember because I might have switched from Howard Stern to Don. I'm not sure. Casey Shaw, AMC current price on TradingView is 1278. That's what I've got here. I've got 1277. Pretty close. Nikki sent me a clip too. Hold on a second. Let me check and see. Yeah, I just played that a little bit ago. Spent a little bit time talking about it, and yeah, we watched it. Uh, it's pretty crazy. It's the narrative is getting started. To me, that's an admission. That's an admission of us doing the right thing, in my opinion. Because she's basically saying like the entire market's red because these guys are holding their shares and causing liquidity problems inside the market, and so the market's having to tank in order to pay out some of these people. We need them to start getting on board with the way we normally do things around here, so that we can make money. That's how I summarize what she said. Because it's insane to me to think that there's legitimately somebody out there who would make the claim um, that they're losing money because people are deciding to hold the stock. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, I don't know if I watched Imus or not. There was somebody I watched, and I can't think of his name right now off the top of my head, but I don't think it was Imus. I think it was somebody else. I mean, it's crazy, Nikki. I mean, I call her the big-eyed lady because I paused it like right when she was in the middle of like some big eyes. Uh, what I really should have done is one of these numbers. That's what I should have done. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people who are the accusations are gonna fly everywhere. To be honest with you, Nosa, like they're gonna go after everybody. The blame finger will be pointing like a Spider-Man meme everywhere, but that at themselves. Yeah, we're too stupid to know what we're doing, War Dog. She can't get out of her 401k just like I can't get out of AMC. I got 1271. I don't understand what you're saying. There's a delay, Space Ape, between what I'm showing. There's like a 15 to 25-second delay between what I'm showing and what you're showing. And you might not be live. You might want to hit the live button as well. ABC says I suggest we keep an eye on AMC in the after hours. So keep an eye on it if you want to, ABC. But I'm telling you right now, there's a very good chance that one morning you're going to wake up, right? And the market's going to have run from like some number that we ended at the previous day to some abnormally high number and then all the way back down to that before you even woke up. And you're going to be like, damn, did I just miss the squeeze? And I'm just here to tell you that you haven't missed anything. It's not going to be like that. It's not going to be over in a flash. It's not going to be like one quick little thing that just a little hiccup. We're going to have time. Just like time is on our sides right now, you're going to have time on the run up as well. So you can keep an eye on it if you want to, but I don't know that it's necessarily going to make you feel any better. Michael, I am not streaming in the earnings. I have a hard cut set time. I have to start making dinner at around, well, it depends on what it is I'm making, but I usually start dinner around like 4:30 my time, which is 30 minutes after market opens and 30 minutes into their talk. So if I had it set up to where I could do like making dinner with Casey and streaming, I would do it, but I don't have a setup for that. Hayden says Bitcoin's down 18% this week. Wonder who's selling. It was over $1,000 a day for the last 6 days. Over 1,000. It was like 1,200, I think. Let me make sure. Let me do my math. Slightly, maybe even 1,300. Yeah, it was more like 1,300 a day on average over the last 6 days. Now, if you include today's in there, it's going to make it even more. Probably make it 1,400. 1,400 a day losses over the last 7 days. I can tell you've been here for a while, Brian. You can take a poop. You'll be good. Today, actually, I don't know what's for supper, KO. I might actually have to run and go somewhere because I didn't put anything out this morning. I forgot to. I should have put out hamburger or something. Pork chops and applesauce. Is it cinnamon applesauce or just regular? You should get fancy and throw a little bit of cinnamon into the applesauce if it's not already. Roger that, doctor. There you go, Brian. Way to go, man. Cinnamon. Cinnamon. I couldn't say that word when I was a kid. I used to say cinnamon. CNBC looks like the Red Wedding episode of Game of Thrones. Nosa says, do you think the sell-off is to cover collaterals or to run away from the volatility for a while or something else? I would have to do a much deeper dive into the entire market to kind of take a look at it and see if I could figure out what was causing it. Um, I don't really think there's a good way to answer. I think you're seeing a lot of companies. I think you're seeing a lot of institutions pulling funds out of companies, and you're seeing an entire market correction institutionally across the board. As an example, one second. So this is the broader market right here, and I'm going to put this on the. Yeah, let's do weekly. So this is the broader market right here. It's the S&P 500, and I'm going to throw an OBV in here. And when I say this is a market correction, you'll see what I'm talking about. So the first thing I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to align. Let's get this. Let's change this just a tad. There we go. It's actually not that bad. I don't even really have to adjust it much. It was almost already there. So you have what I'm basically trying to do is I'm trying to align to a certain point in time, and what I'm aligning to is where the market kind of switched over here in 2014 to kind of like a strong buy signal into the market. You know, just kind of like some positive pressure and on balance volume. Let's just make this just a little bit taller. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So what you see here is actually these points in time right here, like this one right here, where you can clearly see that the volume still held, even though actually there was more volume than price supported. But price stayed at a point to where it really didn't want to fully match up to. It was underinflated, the price of the market at this point in time through here. Overinflated here, had a correction, stayed underinflated, right, and then finally came back up and matched volume. Then it became overinflated and had a market correction right here. Came back down perfectly. If I move this just a tad bit, you see it came down. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. I mean, it definitely had a correction in here and fell back down and then kind of settled on where it should, leading into this point here. And then it became overinflated again. Market fell back down, overcorrected, and then immediately started driving up. This point right here is March of 2020. What happened in March of 2020? People started getting a whole bunch of money that was burning holes through their pockets, and they started investing in the market pretty heavily. You can see it here, but it seems like the market took off faster than it should have. So you have this like massive amount of overinflated prices that have been going on since 2020, March of 2020, massive amounts. This needs to have a correction. It needs to have a correction that's going to bring it back down to where volume is kind of supporting. So you're looking at as it stands right now, it's running around 400. It needs to drop down to about potentially maybe 288, and it'll probably overcorrect, perhaps down to maybe like 250. So that would be my suggestion to you, is that we're seeing something very similar to what you could probably look back, as far as, I don't have a paid subscription here, so I can only go back to 1994. But we could go back to like 1929, maybe later with Adam. Maybe I can get Adam on, and we can kind of cover it. But he can show you in 1929 how the pattern that we're following. Actually, you can pull up Cassandra's tweet, because it actually shows it really well. Let me just pull it up real quick here. Oh, he deleted it. He always deletes his. Damn it. I hate it when he does that. Somebody posted it somewhere. Did you all post it in the Discord? I want to say, I thought somebody might have posted it in the Discord. I don't know. But anyways, if you go back and you look at 1929, the pattern that we're following is very eerily similar to the pattern of the market crash of 1929. Very eerily similar. So, to me, the question becomes, is it possible? Is it possible that some of the things that they've done, some of the rules and regulations that they've put in place in order to stop a market crash from occurring, going to help at all? It's a great question, and I quite frankly don't know the answer to it. But there are definitely rules and procedures that are in place that are supposed to prevent it from happening. Supposed is a big word, though. It might take longer, because it can only go a certain amount. It can only crash a certain amount within a certain period of time without getting halted. There's different conditions. Bury Archive posts every post from Cassandra. Let me check that out at Bury Archive. Hold on 1 second. I'll pull it up. There it is. That's so beautiful. Thank you so much for that. So, third time's a charm. 10 years leading to a financial crisis. Yellow is the S&P 500 from 2000. White is the S&P 500 today. Green is the Dow on 1929. Gotta love human nature. Nothing if not consistent. Yep. This is what I've been trying to tell you guys for a while. This shit's coming. Who said that? Jacob, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Link it? All right. Dudeman, I highly think that's a very likely scenario. That's in fact what I've been trying to. It's what I've been trying to say for a long time. Really, is that in order to get true margin calls, you have to have a market crash, in my opinion. And GME didn't see a market crash, which was the interesting part. Because with a market crash, you have systemic failure of the entire system. Thing when you can tell a couple different brokers, hey, just take away the buy button, and then everything's cool, right? But there's a different story on your hands when the entire market is failing. When the entire market has systemic failure, that's the true margin calls. That's when people are really getting pushed into forced covering. And that's when things like DTC insurance starts kicking in. Gus says my daughter called. She's getting antsy. I'm telling you guys, this if today doesn't open up people's eyes as to what's going on in our market and how it's failing, I don't know what will. I mean, because this is in my opinion, this is still just the beginnings. By the way, Bitcoin's now down 8.21%. Myself, you're funny, man. Man. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. It's time. And then I gotta do something with I gotta work with my mom because we still haven't turned her in. She's down to the wire here. All right, news and research. Let's see, stocks. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at our numbers. So in the off exchange, as of an hour ago, oops, off exchange was 49.83 and 14.04 for the CBOE EDGX. Let's give that a refresh. I just want to see those numbers total something larger than 63%. And they do. 5. Yep, they do. That's good enough for me. 49.37 off exchange and 13.69 the EDGX. Oh, maybe they don't. Hold on a second. Is my math sucky? Yeah, 6306. It's good. It's close enough. And for those of you who are wondering, like, why 63%, it's just because oh my gosh. Wow. Borrowed change has gone up to 5.78 million shares. An hour ago, it was only 1.85 million shares. That is a massive amount of borrowing going on. 5.78 million shares is going to leap jump the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 19.59%. Cost to borrow average is falling to 1.68%, which was 1.72 or 74 earlier. That is massive, absolute massive amount of shares having been borrowed. It'll be interesting to see how much of that's short interest related, and I don't think that it is. That is huge. Huge. Oh my gosh. That's aneurysm size. I'm sorry, but that's funny to me. Oh boy, I can't wait to see the amount of shares on loan they take on tomorrow. I love this. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. I like it in the afternoon too. At $15 for the calls, looking at the options, with a $15 strike price, the heaviest amount of call options are there. An hour ago it was 9,000 contracts. It's now 10.3. On the put side, at a $10 strike price an hour ago, there was 15.2 thousand contracts. There's now 16.2. I'm sorry, but I had an image of my arteries being unclogged due to all this excitement and then me having like a stroke. You guys at my funeral, you can all say he died he died doing what he loved. I'm sorry. It's funny to me. I have dark humor. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME. GME is on the list. GME is on the list here. Coming in at an 8th position with 91% buys to 9% sales. That is really, really stupid high. I mean, people are just sucking it up like it's candy. AMC's in 13th. We have a 84% buy to 16% sell ratio. We're buying the dip, guys. The dip is there. We're buying it. I can see it. I see you. I see you buying the dip. SSR trigger price is $12.38. Shares available to borrow. It looks like, let me just refresh this one more time just to make sure. Okay, yeah, they did borrow another 100K here. Just another 100K out of the available amount of shares. I feel like this is going to have to like surge at some point because they've borrowed more share. Oh. Okay, so 1.45 million shares is how many shares have been borrowed so far for the day, according to Stonko Tracker. Now, here's the problem. We have Ortex reporting 5.78 million having been borrowed, but we're only seeing about 1.45 having come off of Stonko Tracker. So there's a problem here, right? The problem is that there's been more shares borrowed than what you have showing that has been borrowed. And so what that tells me when you guys ask about, is this the kitchen sink? To me, this looks like they had to dive into the kitchen sink, and unless there's some kind of like, I mean, they're gonna have to borrow all the rest of the shares that are sitting here on this page and report it at some point, or otherwise you're gonna have to see a massive amount of return shares coming back in. And I'm not sure which because this day's not over yet, and we won't know until the final reporting of the numbers come through. But there's not enough shares here left over. There's only about 2 million shares. We borrowed 1.45. That's 3.45, and there's 5.78 having been borrowed. So there's like a good 2.7 million or so shares difference there, which is you don't normally see those kind of numbers being that off. Something's gonna have to change. 81,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls. Less than 1,000 are in the money. 18.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. 29.9 are in the money. NASDAQ is down 3.66. Dow Jones is down 1.26, and the S&P 500 is down 2.5. We currently have 6,256 decliners to 1,372 advancers. Break out your SPF 5000 because the sun is cooking your skin off right now. That's how hot this market is. The VIX is up 12.29%. IWM is down 3.67. Tesla is down 7.57. Amazon is down 4.27. Cinemark down 5.86. Doge is down 11.98. Bitcoin is down 8.11. GME is down 12.88. HYMC is down 13.13. Hood is down 6.47. And AMC is down 7.35%. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we currently have more outflow than inflow by about $9 million. 28 million shares having been traded for the day today. Sorry, guys, but this stuff makes me laugh, these numbers. We've got a little less than 2 hours left to go. We are on pace to do about 38.48 million shares traded for the day today. In the pre-market, I suggested it would be somewhere between 30 and 50 million shares. But I did expect a run up in volume in the later portion of the day, and I was hoping for 57 million and that I would be wrong. I still am hoping for that. I'm hoping to see like a late run in volume in the end of the day. That's currently not happening though. Most of these minutes are under 60,000 shares a minute. We really need to see more volume than that. On the weekly time interval, looking at vortex indicator and RSI. On the vortex indicator, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.03, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.05, almost signaling that it's oversold. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a dip outside or signaling for being oversold earlier this morning and really low at 31.22, almost going into a double dip. On a 30-minute interval, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 33.3. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.9, which is below average. Hey, if something happens to me, guys, on my tombstone, can somebody pay for this? Somebody, or actually, no, I don't even want anybody to pay for this. Like, I want you to break in and I want you to hand engrave on my tombstone 2 weeks. I want it to be like the crappiest looking 2 weeks hand engraved shoddy job you can possibly do. Like legit, like I want it to be legible, but like make it look like somebody had to do it. Yep, 2 weeks. just, just go ahead and get in there, get out, make it a 30-minute job. No joke. I really want you guys to do that. He told people to break the law. Brian says just use a Sharpie. I'm Batman. Rim tax on it. Just saying. Two weeks. I can just see people like seeing it going like, what the hell does that mean, 2 weeks? Jack says 2 weeks. Okay. No. TWO, it's gotta be TWO. No, don't misspell it. Actually, that would actually be really funny. That would be really funny if you did misspell it. I would actually be okay with that. I haven't broke out the tinfoil hat in a while. It's been a hot minute. I'm gonna go to break, guys. I'm gonna have to sign off here until 2 o'clock, and I'll come back for our power hour. We'll toast it out, and then we got some birthdays today. So I hope you guys are always telling me when your birthdays are, because I love doing toasts to our birthday boys and girls, apes in the community here. So we got two birthday gentlemen here today. Well, at least I think they're gentlemen. I've never met them in real life, but we'll say happy birthday to them, and I'll let you guys sing. It'll just be a moment of silence. No, myself, I will not be streaming the earnings call. I, I 9 hours is good for me. I'm good after 9 hours. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you back here for Power Hour. Alrighty, I'm back. Mom has been submitted in an email to AMC as a potential candidate for being on the board of directors. So cheers to my mom for that. But more importantly, we have two birthdays in our community, guys. We have Luke Egging and Brian Carpenter. Both have a birthday to them. So a big shout out to you, birthday boys. I'm assuming boys. Probably shouldn't make assumptions like that, but birthday apes. To the birthday apes that are out there. Cheers to you. May this be a wonderful birthday to you, seeing the market crash. And congratulations to another year. Cheers. This is why you don't have Casey do the toast at your weddings. Not a good idea. Alrighty. And with that, let's take a look at our numbers here. We're getting a nice little bump up here in value and the price of the stock. I almost don't want to look at the numbers just because it's taken off on us. This last tick of volume here was 162,000 shares, guys. Volume is definitely picking up here towards the end. Let's do it though. Time to take a look at the numbers. Try and make it quick. Off exchange 49.37 an hour ago and 13.69 on the EDGX. Now showing 49.11, 13.46. Taking a look at Ortex data, which was absolutely through the roof on loaned shares. And it's still appearing, okay, so it did come down just a little bit, but not much. It was 5.78 million shares having been loaned. It's now 4.96. So that'll decrease the estimated current short share interest of the free float just slightly to 19.52%. Cost to borrow average is 1.68%. I think we might see a drop in our utilization. I'm guessing, but I think we might see a drop in utilization starting tomorrow. And I'll go over why I think that is if it happens. At a $15 strike price, an hour ago there was 10.3 thousand contracts. There's now 11.2. We're gonna get a bunch of cow stomping patties going on here. I can just feel it. On the put side, at a $10 strike price, there was 16.2 thousand contracts. Is now 16.8. And taking you guys over to the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is in 9th with 91% buys to 9% sales. AMC is coming in 13th with 85% buys to 15% sales. So the dip is absolutely 100% being purchased. Trigger price for SSR is $12.38. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Looks like another 100 or another 50K there, another 50,000 shares. It's going to put us at 1.5 million shares borrowed for the day today. Fees are still at 1%. 81,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus less than 1,000 that are in the money. 18.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 29.9 that are in the money. The NASDAQ is down 3.56. Dow Jones is down 1.32, and the S&P 500 is down 2.5. We currently have 6,157 decliners to 1,487 advancers. The market's on fire. Break out your sunscreen. VIX is up 12.72%. IWM is down 3.45. Tesla is down 7.31. Amazon is down 4.4. Cinemark is down 6.32. Doge is down 4.34. Bitcoin is down 10%. Holy crap. I need another drink. GME is down 11.67%. HYMC is down 12.7%. Hood is down 5.04%, and AMC is down 6.83%. Taking a look at the weekly, you have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.09, which is below average. On the daily, you have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.16, which is almost signaling for oversold. On the hour, you have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.04, which is very low. On a 30-minute interval, you have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.47, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.79, which is almost right down the middle. We did touch the top of the Bollinger Band here just a tad as price was rising, so we saw a correction back to the simple moving average. Bouncing off of that and potentially heading up back. Looks like we're going to head back up for some more unless they're going to try to short this down. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. The Big Tramp said, actually, we'll start with James of Arizona, said, true ape mom. Definitely. Silas, Remtac, Michael, all wishing everybody a happy birthday. Luke and Brian, a happy birthday. Myself says they're pumping it up so they can dump it in the after the earnings call. STD said in the house. I just want you to know, Sam, that I really like I'm glad you can take that funny. I'm just a terrible person. I'm just a terrible person. Yes, Luke, we are drinking for your birthday. I've actually got a different drink going on today. I got a little bit of a White Russian going. All right, Dog wants to know, so why do you think utilization will go down? We can't wait till tomorrow for the answer. All right. All right, so here's the deal. They had 36 million shares that they borrowed for those the short-term loan, the kitchen sink, right? Well, so far today, Ortex is reporting a borrowing for short interest, 4.96 million shares. If you have 4.96 million in borrowing for shares, then you need to get it from someplace. And so far, Stonko Tracker is only reporting 1.5 million in borrowed shares. And there's not enough shares left over in the amount of shares that are left for them to borrow another additional 3.5 million shares. So those shares have to come from somewhere. And if that means that they are using the utilized shares for the short-term security lending volume from several months back when we went up to 100% utilization, then those shares are more than likely going to have to be returned so that they can lend them again in a different manner. So that means utilization should go. Actually, that might keep utilization up. I don't know. You might see a little bit of a drop in utilization. I think you might see a little bit of a drop in utilization just because I think the way that they report the information, I think that they'll show up differently. I'm theorizing here. I don't really know the fact that that's going to be the case, but if they use them for short interest, it could keep utilization up really high, but it's going to definitely cause the shares on loan to go through the roof. I mean, we'll see, you know, a very large number of shares being added in, which is going to have the effect of dropping that on loan average age per day by quite a bit, which is that signal that we look for price increases in the future, in the futures. Yeah, I know, Samuel. The big tramp is parked. We're good. Hey, I didn't name the drink myself. Dr. Zena says, when the squeeze happens, I will celebrate by filling a bathtub with cheap beer, laying in it, and smoking a chocolate flavored cigar the size of a small tree. I respect that. He's trying to he's trying to he's 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 marinating his body for the coke and hookers. So don't you worry, STD. He's just marinating. Ross says, Casey, where's the best place to buy silver gold after the squeeze? Just buy ETFs on your broker. Um, well, I quite honestly would go for the real thing. If you're gonna buy it, buy the real deal. And I don't know who to go through. I don't know who the uh, best dealers are on real sources of gold and silver. I personally don't think gold and silver are the way to go, though. I do, dog fan. I totally expect them to use all those shares at once. But if they had no other alternative than to borrow those or to use some of those borrowed shares for today's price movement, then that's what they probably had to do. Dan, for the first 2 days after price earnings, we typically drop in price, and then we usually have like a steady run after that. I just dropped my pen. Myself wants to know if we're parting with STD. Only if you're protected. Gus says pawn shop gold. Um, I think personally, Ross, in my opinion, the American government's going to try and push the CBDC. That's my opinion. I don't know that it's going to happen like really fast. It might take some time to roll out, but I think that the goal is going to be to push away to or push more inflation into a new form of currency. And I think that's going to be the way to get out of the woes current inflation problems. And in the process of doing so, if they can get other countries to buy in on the idea of a centralized bank digital currency, then they put pressure on Russia, who just got all of their rubles backed by gold, to devalue gold and cause the ruble to become worthless. So I think the intent is to drive the cost down on gold and silver, um, in an attempt to bankrupt Russia. That's just my opinion. I think that's the long-term game. Let me see something real quick here. I thought for sure I already had one opened. That's not it. That's not what I want. I'm trying to remember what the code is for the for gold. It's like US. It's like something. Is it like GD USD or something like that? I think. Let's try that. Oh, AU. Um, Hold on a second. Let me pull it up real quick here. GCCMX. That's not it. It's just probably just CMX. Nope, that's not it. Come on. It should just be GC. Oops, come on. Let's see here. Why aren't you looking it up? Maybe GC.1. Nothing. This is so much easier to find on the phone. I don't understand why it's so difficult. Like you can literally just go to like a single tab on your phone and it like it has it like listed right there. In fact, I'm just going to do that because this is really stupid. You guys ever get a hair on your phone? You just can't seem to get it off. What the heck? Let's see if that matches. No, it needs to be higher than that. So I'm getting gold prices like at $18.55 an ounce. So stupid that I can't find this. Jeez, took me forever. Yep, that's the right numbers. Okay. Yep, you got it, Donald. I didn't know what it was. It's not something I pay attention to, obviously. It's XAU. I was close. I was thinking AU USD or something like that, or G. I think I tried GD USD or something like that, but I never would have guessed the X. Um, so here we go. I just wanted to kind of take a look at this on the daily. Thank you, Donald. I probably could have just gone over here and looked at what you were writing. It would have been faster. Let's get rid of the Bollinger Bands. Hmm. Anybody else see a cup and handle forming there on the monthly? That's what it sure looks like. Just kind of wanted to look at the futures on that. It's funny to me how it's actually not really that funny, but if you look at the top right here of this is the top of gold right here is at on 8/31 of 2020. If I were to overlap this with something, there's something that stands out in my mind that looks very similar to this movement right here. In fact, I'm going to overlay these two on top of each other. Remember, the VIX is a inverse shape to how the market's doing. So if I were to take off all this junk on here, so right here, the beginning of the bull for gold starts right here, and you can see how the crosshairs line up. In fact, I'll try to move it over just a tad. And then you can see the top is right here. And then it goes down a little bit, and that puts us out 1 week away, perhaps. Because if gold were to start launching now, that puts us about 1 week out. You throw back in my indicators in here, and that's what I've got showing up here is about 1 or 2 more weeks. You could definitely see a run on gold for sure occurring when this is going to take off here. Kind of interesting. Let's see here. What are you guys writing? Earnings calls 4 p.m. an hour after market closes. You guys already said it. Everybody else was right. Earlier, I certainly seemed like they did pump some more money in earlier, and they got it under 35 again. But it doesn't look like they did a huge pump. That's what I'm kind of thinking, Nikki. I think utilization might go to like 98, 99. We'll see. Yes, Donald. Donald gets a point. Jabibs, I'm not gonna be streaming during earnings. No. Not a random purchase, highly strategic. Yeah. Alex wants a point. Are you older than 70? If you're older than 70, you can't have a point. And it's just because I just randomly made it up. It's a rule. If right at this very moment you can't have a point if you're older than 70. I should have said 100. If you're 100 years old, you can't have a point. Anything under 100 years old, you get a point right now. Myself is gonna be like, hey, that's me. I can't have a point. I legit, it would be really, really kind of cool if I found out I had somebody who was 100 years old that was listening, because I'd be like, did you write a letter to the president yet? Because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but apparently, if you once you turn 100 years old, you can write a letter to the president, and they're supposed to respond. Oh wait, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go check something out real quick. I'll be right back. Two weeks, 2 weeks. Donald says, well, to be fair, you can't have a Merry Christmas if you're older than 92 from 1 to 92, which I've always thought was pretty crappy. That is pretty crappy. Maybe after 92, you're Santa Claus to everybody. And then it's not so merry. After watching movies like um shoot, what was the one with Tim Allen in it? What was it called? Where he was Santa Claus. Anyways, that you know which movie I'm talking about. After watching movies like that, it makes you wonder, like, is being Santa Claus really merry? Sometimes as a parent, when you're out shopping in the in the amidst of the crowds, it doesn't feel very merry. Oh, that's right, the Santa Claus. That's right. You know, I think there's only gonna be one person that got price prediction right today. Oh no, 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 I take that back. Two people, Eric and Monty. Keto and I said 13, 13 to 16 roughly. my dad used to always tell me when I was younger. He said, you know, we're gonna stay up as late as we can, and we're gonna catch Santa Claus. We're gonna lock him up in the basement, and then we're gonna write a ransom letter to all the elves, and we're gonna tell them that they have to pay whatever we want, or they're not gonna get Santa back. And I was down for it. I was completely down for it. I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be good." I was ready. I was ready to catch Santa Claus. Oh boy, was I ready. I was determined. Yep, passed out by 11 every single time. I thought it was a pretty good plan too myself, honestly. It was it seemed like a good plan. Never quite worked out. We just had 2 back-to-back TD9s printed. No, this wasn't last Christmas. It was when I was probably 10 years old. If you're gonna kidnap somebody in a van, you might as well be Santa. Joke's on me. I'm Santa. Ha! Right? Joke's on me. I turned into Santa. That's what happens when you try to capture him. You get fat and get a white beard, and you laugh. You laugh jolly. Oh, and then wait, just wait for it, guys. You're never gonna believe it. You're never gonna believe this. I can't hear it when I play it, but I watch it, and it just makes me crack up every single time. Oh boy. Donald says, "Wait, you were the one kidnapped, and you just stayed in the van because you thought it was awesome. This is getting tragic." Oh man. What if there's a plot twist? Maybe my dad was telling me that we were going to do this, but in a real honesty is that I was really going to be Santa Claus. He had already captured me, and I was brainwashed into thinking that I was just an ordinary kid. Plot twist. No, Buck, no news of margin calls that I've seen as of yet, but I have to say I haven't really, in particularly, been watching out for them. You know, I think it's kind of like one of those things where if there's systemic wide problems in the system to where massive companies like Citadel and Susquehanna and all these other companies get margin calls, that the idea is that there's going to be like some kind of immediate action. I'm pretty sure you're going to be hearing about something in the news, as it's happening, or as it's breaking. It'll be pretty really big news. Not pretty, just really big. I don't know how many of you guys were around during Christmas time when I originally made that, but I played that I think almost every morning for a week or two, 2 weeks. I wonder if they borrowed some more shares. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't put it past them. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, they borrowed 50,000 more. All right, I'm gonna add it to the list. 1.55 million. They had to borrow another 50,000 shares for the very end of the day run for the end of the day push down. Sean's coming through with a link. Goldman is pulling out of most SPACs over the threat of liability. Wow. Those blank check vehicles. Thank goodness. That's actually big news. Goldman Sachs is pulling out of working with most SPACs it took public, spooked by new liability guidelines from regulators and throwing into doubt the fate of billions of raised for those blank check vehicles. Let me tell you guys, they are gross. Super, super gross when you start checking into them. It's just nasty. The Wall Street giant, the second biggest underwriter of special purpose acquisition companies last year, which Citadel, by the way, is invested in a lot of them, has been telling sponsors of the vehicles it will be ending its involvement. According to people with knowledge of the matter, the bank is also electing to pause new U.S. SPAC issuance for now. One of the people said, I mean, if you look into some of the SPACs that Citadel is invested in, blank check companies that are um, where the investment firm is held in the Grand Cayman Islands, it just makes you wonder. A SPAC works with its advisor even when going public to complete its merger with target firm known as the de-SPAC transaction. If it fails to complete that deal, it's forced to return capital to investors. In cases where the public company is very close to completing the de-SPAC process, Goldman will fulfill its role, two of the people said. Goldman may also elect to continue the advisory work with a small number of SPAC clients in rare cases. Other sponsors will need to seek new advisors to take over the role vacated by the bank. Hmm. That's pretty good news for us, I think. Hmm. Nice one, Sean. Indeed it is. It's almost ready to hit 35 again. I got 20 notifications. I always want to call it the douche bank headquarters searched over possible money laundering. I'm so confused. Help me out here, guys. I'm blind. It says, funny part about this GIF, look behind his head, what bank he is in. I'm assuming they're... What are they talking about? I don't see it above anybody's head. I don't know. I can't make it out. I just got blown up on Twitter and I have no idea what over. It's kind of funny when that happens. Oh, that's cool. I don't know who did this ape artwork, but this is really neat. I really dig this a lot. I think this is cool. That's cool. I'd almost like to take this and turn it sideways, and make it as like part of my logo. That is really that's awesome. I wish if there was one thing I could change, I legitimately would probably trade in my music talent for drawing talent if I could draw like this. I would just it would make me happy to just be able to have like this kind of artistry. I know it probably seems kind of basic, but I still like it though. I think it's really cool. It's a form of art that uh, I really appreciate. Sorry, I'm just reading through some of this stuff real quick. Let's see here. The douche of Wall Street. I need to be in the animation to see it. All right, hold on a second. Let me just see if I can. Let me click on it. That's not it. Well, for some reason when I click on it, it doesn't do any animation at all. Oh. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, I get it. I get it now. I had to scroll up a little bit. So this was the actual post, the original post. They're actually talking about this picture right here where he's swaying back and forth, and you can see what bank it is that they're talking about, which happens to be the same bank in this article. But if you guys know, well, I think this was margin call, right? I think this is margin call. I'm not sure. I always forget which one's which. There's two different movies, and I always get them messed up. It's probably the other one. I always get them mixed up. VIX just blew through 35. I'm still seeing 34.42, but I do have a delayed reporting on Webull. Oh, the Big Short. That's right. Okay, yeah, I always get them mixed up. The Big Short and the margin call. It's funny because I think the Big Short's the one that I've seen all the way through and absolutely loved it because that's the one with Brad Pitt. The one that I didn't see all the way through was the one that I keep thinking it's the margin call. I haven't seen that one all the way through. I only saw bits and pieces. It was well worth it, wasn't it, Nasir? It's really super good. Bondaru, how's it going, buddy? It's been a while. It's been a while. Brian's making his own. It's your birthday, Brian. You can make whatever movie you want. You say it's your birthday. Luke and Brian can sing to each other. You say it's your birthday. You know, we're real close to hitting that 10% mark, but we haven't quite hit it yet. I feel like we've done pretty well too, all things considered. Um, no, because they have to. I would say no, Nasir, but that's because they have to hit. They need to hit that SSR before, like they need to hit it earlier in the day. Although, no, that's not true. That's not 100% true. They could hit. Yeah, they actually could hit SSR and then start printing some shares. I'm pretty certain that long institutions won't let that happen, but I don't know. We'll see. And there we just printed another TD9. Nope, maybe not. Price started rising too fast. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to. That better say awesome, Nasir. That better say awesome. I'm looking it up. 'Cause I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to. That better say awesome, Nasir. That better say awesome. 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 I'm looking it up. That sure is. It's definitely high. It's kind of weird though. Like when you enter it in there, it does like a KYSY, kasi, almost like that's how you would say it, kasi. So it's like it's kind of odd how you would say it. I think we are getting the buying pressure, Francis, but I mean we have like 80% buy to sell ratio. The volume is not as high, but you have to understand that the volume we don't create this volume. 37 million. We never create this volume. The volume's not. It's either synthetics that are being traded back and forth, but majority of the volume is not created by us. It's created by synthetics that are traded back and forth. So the heavy buying volume is not retail that does it. It's just simply a matter of orders that have to be completed, trading in the market that causes massive amounts of positions trading hands. And the fewer the shares that are on the marketplace to be able to be traded, the lower the volume is going to be. Ortex is up to date. I updated it an hour ago, so it should be pretty close. What's it showing? Yep, 5.15 million. So it is that time of the day, guys. I hate to break it to you, but it is time. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Get ready for Tuesday and earnings report in an hour from now. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Go out and do something. Get a breath of fresh air. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Wait, I forgot because I know you guys like it so much.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
What I got, you got to give it to me. What I got, you got to give it to your papa. What I got, you got to give it to your dog. Do you do it a death and then you drink a little water? What I got, you gotta get it, put it in you. What I got, you gotta get it, put it in you. What I got, you gotta get it, put it in you. Feeling with the feeling, don't stop, continue. I realize I don't wanna be a miser. Confined with sly, I be the wiser. A young blood is the laughing up riser. How come everybody wanna keep it like a Kaiser? Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. What can't tell a bubble, kiss it or a bubble. Greedy little people in the sea of distress. Give you more to receive your less. Unimpressed by material excess. Love is free, love me, say hell yes. No bound, but I rock a little know-how. No time for the biggies or the ooskow. Get smart, get down with the power. Never been a better time than right now. Bob Marley, forward and a profit. Bob Marley, got me have the outfit. Bob Marley, walking like you're talking. Goodness me, can't you see I'm gonna drop it? Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Oh yeah! Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. I can't tell a bubble, keep it on a bubble. Look at me swimming in my ability, dancing down on life with agility. Come and drink it up of my fragility. Blessed with the bucket overlooking mobility. Mama, I love her 'cause you love me. Long gone out of time when she scrubbed me. Feeling good, my brother gonna hug me. Drinking my juice, young love, chugging love